Hey, SBG solution based gang, like, share, subscribe. Say no to rim, brothers, mothers, fear and sell no good suckers. Hype him up, hype him up. Shouts out Sharoon, Bracy, and the Wildest. Wake up morning show, salute, big dog, shout out to the Lord. PH, Diva, salute, Brownsville, SBG solution based gang.
Let's go. Good day, everyone. How are you doing today? Man, it don't stop. It don't stop. Good day to you. What's up, Kim East? Good day to you. That's right. Listen to what Kim East said. She says, push the like button as you come in. Welcome. Good day to you. Shout out to my girl, Corinne Mackey. She said, oh, yeah. Good day to you, Miss Corinne Mackey. Thank you so much. Always showing me love. I appreciate both of y'all. I appreciate everybody that show love for me. Thank you so much. You know, we got a lot of people that tend to, fight me for no reason. Hey. How you doing, Sims? Miss J, good day to you, And we know we still building this plane while we fly it. And I appreciate every last one of you as we deal and dive deep into this goddamn YouTube world, and we are going to take it over one subscriber at a time, one argument at a time, one solution at a time. We have some of the greatest thoughts in all of YouTube in the chat. God damn, I don't care what nobody say. We be doing the damn thing. We be having a good time. We be laughing. We be joking. We be serious. We don't play around with words. We be kicking ass over words. We don't play. And when you come to the arena, don't be afraid. Just understand, when you get in the ring and you start squabbling up with your words, don't get discouraged because you got your ass whooped by words. You got to learn how to hold the position. Get yourself in a position. Say, hey, this is how I see it. Believe it. These are my facts. This is what I'm giving you. And you can argue that point. Don't get mad when your argument falls flat. Don't get upset when you cannot prove your point. Don't expect somebody else to fight for your point. But it makes it fun that we are able to challenge each other's ideologies, thought patterns, facts, and stats, and we can get to some kind of conclusion. Whatever, Aries. I appreciate you. A compliment is a compliment one way or another, even if it's a backhanded one. I still appreciate you. Thank you. I still got love for y'all. And I think that if we could start really having these honest conversations, victorious one, then we could really get the ideologies to change. Because what we recognize is that there's a lot of brothers out here that have this goddamn negative culture in their mind. We have to change this mental culture that they have in their mind of degeneracy. Every single day is a new version of degeneracy going on out here. It is crazy to me. I don't understand it. I don't know how these things keep on happening. It is very interesting. Now you think somebody will. About to be a situation. Hey. They don't learn. Shout out to Miss J. And for the tears. Thank you. The tears are delicious. Yeah, the tears are delicious. Thank you so much. Always holding me down. I appreciate you. And this is what we need to get. We need to get the degeneracy to stop. For some reason, they just love to hold on to the goddamn degeneracy. Why? I have no idea. I have no idea why they want to hold on to goddamn degeneracy. But however, the degeneracy for us doesn't stop. We always have some new form of breaking news. We always have some form of breaking news. And man, the internet done create a whole new species of celebrity is what they have done. We got a whole new species of celebrity. You don't be a celebrity the way how it was when I was growing up. Nah, it's a little different now. It's a little different now. Not actors, not athletes, not musicians. The new celebrity is professional bad decision makers. That is the new celebrity. It's weird when you really think about it. Like how we've been going on this trend for a little while now. We've been going on this trend for a while now of professional bad decision makers. They've been the main ones that's been pushed out into the forefront, right? We see what happened, or maybe not what happened to Ray J. It's kind of crazy. These professional bad decision makers. Every week I open my phone and I see another live stream and discovering that life has moderators. See, online, you can say anything, do anything, start drama, chase clout. You know what I'm saying? That's one of the new celebrities. That's who he is. You can chase clout. You can humiliate yourself for views. You know, you could wear a goddamn hot dog outfit. You can do a whole bunch of things for views. But eventually, reality logs in. Eventually. I need a round of applause for that, God damn it. And this week, or today, reality allegedly logged in for DeenTheGreat. Yeah. Now, according to the reports, this is according to the reports. There was some, situations on yacht involving women and jealousy and an argument. A phone ended up in the water and now legal problems. A yacht, yes. Do you know how rich you have to look to get arrested on a yacht? You know how crazy it is? Like they rent everything to make it seem like they are bigger than what they are, richer than what they are. And people still fall for it to this day. It's just a new version of fall for it because it's a in real life stream and they film it in a mansion. They actually believe these people live there. They actually believe that these yachts these people own. I got arrested once. There was no yachts involved. What's up, Ashley? I got arrested once. There was no yachts involved. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? The thing that fascinates me isn't even the allegation, it's the mindset. That's the main problem I have, is the mindset. Because somewhere along the lines, social media convinced a generation of young men that every interaction is a goddamn loyalty test. We hear it all the time about these tests that they want to give to somebody that they thinking about dating. And I'm just saying, like, listen here, my brothers, if y'all just met, there is no loyalty. Straight up. If y'all just met, There is no loyalty. Shout out, put the damn W's in the chat. He has boxed before. I don't know if we should call him a boxer or a streamer, but yeah, he does box. You know what I'm saying? He does box. So I don't know if he is a boxer, but I don't know if he has a professional, like if he's a solidified professional, but he definitely boxes.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
That's how he got with Adrian Broner in the first place. Shout out to Ashley Virgo's Flame Twin with the $5. Let me start my day with a like and a share. Thank you so much. That is so appreciated. Thank you. Put some W's in the chat, goddamn. Put some W's under Ashley's super chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Put some damn W's. Everybody comment on her super chat and put W's in the chat. God damn it. Make sure you're hitting that like and the share button. And so, these loyalty tests is just wild and crazy when you really think about it. And that's not your wife, that's not your fiance, that's not the mother of your children. You met her 3 hours ago on a boat. What loyalty are you testing? People be acting like they running the goddamn CIA. Operation Yacht Fidelity is now underway. It is on the way. Should be crazy. I don't know what the hell, Adam. I don't know what the hell you talking about, Adam. And this is what happens, in my opinion. In my opinion, this is what happens when Lust gets promoted to CEO. When Lust gets promoted to CEO, everything becomes emotional. Everything becomes personal. Everything becomes an ego contest. A guy looks at another guy talking to a woman and suddenly acts like NATO has been attacked. Relax. She was having a conversation. You know what's funny? The manosphere talks about female nature every day. Female nature. Female nature. Female nature. Matter of fact, one of the goddamn manosphere dudes, he got a little bit of verbal ass flipping for talking about, nature and what human is. Tell him that it's human nature. Why do you them anything? But nobody want to talk about male stupidity. But we're going to talk about it today. Right? We got to talk about male stupidity. Because every year I see men destroy their career over the exact same thing. Not hunger, not survival, not protecting their families, ego, attention, lust, the holy trinity of terrible decisions. And here's the dangerous part of influencer culture, right? You get rewarded for bad behavior. Normal people get embarrassed. Influencers monetize embarrassment. And normal guys gets into drama and says, man, I need to change my life. And influencer says, hey, how many viewers did I get? That changes your brain. Eventually, you stop asking, is this smart? You start asking, will this trend? Right? That's why I keep telling people, be careful who you make famous because fame doesn't improve character. It amplifies character. So whatever was already there gets a microphone. If you wise, people hear wisdom, right? If you're reckless, people hear recklessness. If you're immature, congratulations. Now millions can watch. Sheesh. That's why I don't understand. So if I'm making sense, I don't know why y'all ain't trying to make this go viral. Why we're not attempting to make this go? Why? Think about that. You feel what I'm saying, Soul Provider? Think about the things that we keep pushing. Keep on pushing. And young men watching this should pay attention because everybody thinks consequences happen to other people. Nobody wakes up and says, today I will ruin my reputation. You think that's what Illa said when he said nonsense? He said, no, it starts smaller. One emotional decision, one jealous moment, one bad reaction, one refusal to control your temper. And then suddenly your name is in the headlines. The older I get, the more I realize discipline is the most underrated superpower on earth. Put some W's in the chat if you agree with that, bro. Come on. Yo, when I'm cooking, It is what it is. Support when the chef is cooking up, goddammit. Hit that like and hit that share button. When the chef is cooking up, that's what you're supposed to support. Don't just support degeneracy. Do not just support, come on. Let me say that damn bar again. What did I say? Shit, I be talking so goddamn. Yeah. What did I say, Corinne? What did I say? What did I say? I said discipline is the most underrated superpower on earth is what I said. That's what I said. Goddamn. Y'all gotta remember the stuff I say. I be forgetting sometimes. Goddamn. I be out here just swinging. Discipline is the most underrated superpower on earth. Clip that. How about that? Make that go viral. Not money, not followers, not fame. Discipline. Because discipline is what saves you from yourself. Most people don't need protection from enemies. Most people do not need protection from enemies. They need protection from their own impulses. One thing these panels have shown is that majority of people need protection from their own impulses. That's what we need. We need y'all to have protection. Let me go on my Dr. Umar 3 times. They need protection from their own impulses. And maybe that's the lesson here. If the allegations are true, this isn't really a story about a yacht. It's a story about self-control. It's a story about what happens when emotions start to drive the car. Because when lust, jealousy, ego, and pride are running your life, eventually they drive you somewhere you don't want to go. Bruh, pussy, bruh, you get that? You give me that one, Aries? Yo, that was, yo. Y'all gotta start tooting my horn for me too, goddamn. Nah, we ain't gonna just like sometimes I be kicking that knowledge, you know what I mean? Yo, sometimes I be kicking that knowledge, you know what I mean? Shout out to Molly. A lack of discipline destroys so many impulse control essentials. Marie, self-control, the one thing you can control. Bar. Put some W's for Maya. Everybody put Maya Reed W. God damn. That was a bar, Maya Reed. And I also want to shout out to all the people that show me love on the back end through PayPal. Man, I really appreciate you. I know you don't want your name to be said, but I just want to let you know how much I actually really appreciate that. It means tremendous to me. Thank you so much. Also, shout out to Marie with her dub. That was crazy. That was a good one right there, Marie. That was a good one. I like that. You know what I'm saying? You know what never goes viral? Give me some, you know what, y'all? Let's see if we are in sync with each other. You know what never goes viral? That's a question. Put some things that never go viral. What are some things that never go viral? What's some things that never go viral? What? Paint toes? What the hell is a paint toes? Good deeds. Good deeds sometimes. Okay, good deeds. I like good deeds. I like good deeds. My channel, Davey Dix, my channel never goes viral. Yes, I agree with that. It needs to. Being emotionally secure never goes viral. That's a really good one. Miss J, anniversaries. Damn, CJ Brooks said the number of poor people in the U.S. Yeah, because a lot of people trying to run and escape for that. I know, Davey is a mess. Why he trying to do that to me? One of the things that popped in my head for homelessness. Well, it depends who goes homeless. But one thing that pops in my head, the truth. That's a really good one too. Homeless vets. That's a sad one, yeah. One thing that popped into my head was maturity. Maturity is something that never goes viral. That's yeah. You know what I'm saying? Maturity was the one thing that popped in my head. I love these answers. And nobody uploaded a clip titled Man handles situations responsibly and go home. How many views you think is you'll give if the title says Man handles situation responsibly and goes home? You know what I'm saying? Like, damn, black man read it as wild, Maya Reed. We almost started a book club, but it was only 5 of us here. It was only 2. It was only 2 of us was men. God damn it! Oh, they love proving the goddamn stats right. But that's usually the decision that saves your future, right? So I hope everybody involved learns something from it, because internet fame comes and goes, views comes and goes, followers comes and goes, but consequences got a long-term contract. That's why you can't build your whole identity around degeneracy. You know what I'm saying? What up, brother Noopsy? What up, Bubba? You can't build your whole identity around degeneracy. We see a lot of people attempt to build a identity around degeneracy. It's just not a good look. It doesn't serve you it doesn't serve you properly. Eventually the lifestyle, it sends an invoice. That's what happens. Eventually that lifestyle of degeneracy is going to send you an invoice, and sometimes it arrives in embarrassment. That's how it arrives. It arrives in embarrassment. Sometimes it arrives in court, right? Sometimes it arrives in handcuffs. Either way, the bill, y'all know the saying, the bill always come due. Always. You know what I'm saying? And that's my little take on this whole situation with DeenTheGreat. What is y'all thoughts on the lust and degeneracy piece? How y'all feel about what I said? You know what I mean? Am I holding it down? You know, sometimes I don't got a lot to say. Sometimes, I get it out quick. Good day to you, Shiesty. Adrian Bronner too, right? Like a lot of this stuff, man. Some of these things that these people be going through, it really makes you wonder, like, are they ever going to get out? Because they keep getting rewarded for this kind of stuff. That's the scary part. They keep getting rewarded for this kind of degeneracy behavior. What are we supposed to do about this goddamn thing? How are we going to change anything? How are we going to change the mentality of these men that think that they could just keep on being degenerate? I mean, just recently, Adrian Bronner, he put himself in a position of degeneracy where his ass could possibly get locked up. Because if that girl would have went to police and say that Adrian Bronner touched her butt, and we could all clearly see it on camera, because that's what Tupac went to jail for. We seen Tupac went to jail for a couple of years, and his ass didn't get out until he had to sign a goddamn death row contract, which is crazy when you really think about it. Because literally and figuratively, he signed a death row contract. All because he got accused of touching a girl's butt in the club. Adrian Bronner did the same exact thing, and it was caught on actual camera. Tupac's was alleged. Adrian Bronner's was on camera. So his ass could have went to jail. And that's the only time, other men would even get up here and complain and argue and be in agreement and say, yo, Adrian was out of pocket. And that's a scary thing, that it have to be so extreme and videotaped for men to start to pay attention to how dangerous these situations are, how dangerous these young ladies are putting themselves in, right? Because they want clout and fame too. Sad to say, a lot of these young ladies that's going to these places, they are degenerates as well. I don't know who E. Kane is. I'm gonna have to go ahead and find out who this person is. But these in-live streaming situations is kind of wild. When are we gonna stop rewarding degeneracy? Why is degeneracy so valuable of entertainment to us? It's a wild thing. And as long as we keep on rewarding degeneracy, they're gonna keep on moving in it. Cause they see that as beneficial but they don't still understand, the further you push that line, listen, your ass is gonna end up in the courthouse. Your ass is gonna end up in jail. Your ass is gonna end up like Chud the Builder. He's another person. Degeneracy. I'm pretty sure whoever this person is that Shicey Bum is talking about, I'm pretty sure that person is doing degenerate things. Oh. Goddamn. Davey says that person is pregnant from a bum. Goddamn. Davey's calling a man a bum, so he must be a real bum. God damn, Shicey like the degeneracy. But that's what they be trying to, but hey, and I don't know what to do with that information sometimes, to be honest. I don't know what to do with that information. Because even the people that got the, that is the upper echelon, right? Like we just seen journalist Torre and what's the damn non-doctor lady name on the internet? Did y'all see that clip of Torre and Dr. Cheyenne Bryan? Did y'all see that? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so like they always, so Paul, those are the things that are always going to go viral. The screaming, the yelling, the cursing people out. It's never going to be the person that's holding their goddamn composure and doing the right goddamn things. Shit. I wish it was sometimes. Sometimes I'm in the wrong goddamn business, Shiesty Bum. I need to be a little bit more wild and ratchet. The problem is I ain't wild and ratchet enough. They be trying to act like, you know what I'm saying, but I ain't wild and ratchet enough, goddamn. I be chilling. I mean, yeah, we get some wild people that come in and hit the panel that be saying some wild and crazy shit. But me personally, I be chilling. Davey, you definitely not. I agree with that. Yes, Brownsville said that your ass is not at Dr. Shines Bryan educational level. I believe that about you, goddammit. I believe that about you, goddamn. 100%. 100%. But this whole situation with Dean, right, is him before, I believe, wasn't it, Shicey, wasn't it Dean that was the young man that got caught on the yacht before and he was going too hard on a young lady trying to holler at her? David, we are definitely not at the same level. Stop. Hey, Shicey, isn't Dean the Great was the same one that was on the yacht before and he was trying to holler at homegirl? You don't know? So I think he was the same one that tried to kick homegirl off and he was all up in her face sweating that girl. This degenerate behavior over women is just insane because he's lustful. He believed that he is some kind of, oh no, that was Deshae. Thank you. So look, and I believe Deshae is somebody that hangs out with Dean, right? I don't know, because I'm just starting to get to learn about these streamers and learn their names and see what they asking for and see what they looking like. I don't know what these people are. I don't know who they are, what they look like, why they got popular streaming lifestyles. I don't understand who Ekane is. I'm just learning about these names, you know what I'm saying? However, I'm talking about the behavior of them at the same time. Deshae, he was kicking women off the yacht. Now we got Dean the Great. He's kicking a woman off the yacht. And now when he's kicking her off the yacht, he grabs her by the arm, grabs her phone, and throws it into the goddamn water. Yes, sir, that's strong arm robbery. That ain't just you upset. Now your ass in jail. You got Adrian Bronner. I don't know how it happened so quick, but they already got free Dean t-shirts. Yes, Brother Noopsy. What you mean, Brother Noopsy? I ain't the one that be... Yeah, I'm not the wild and ratchet. I like wild and ratchet things though, Brother Noopsy. Don't get it twisted. I like, you know what I'm saying? I like my wild and ratchet friends. I enjoy my wild and ratchet friends. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but the thing is, I'm not letting them do it for me. I'm just letting them be who they are. I'm not really person that's passing judgment because they loud and whatever people say. You know what I'm saying? I know people look at it as like, oh, that's a perfect game plan that I'm planning this shit out. No, I'm just really just talking my talk. I hear something. I'm having a conversation about how young men need to not be lustful and degenerate because they're going to put themselves in dangerous situations like Dean the Great. They're going to mess up their own bag by keep on crossing that line of what is acceptable and what is not. And shout out to ED. He finally got released. I don't know what was his bail. However, like you see these young men, they toe the line so close. They are just one mistake away from losing it all. Look at Adrian Broner. He's only 36 years old. And this is not, it's just not something that you could produce for a very long time. Like you out here renting the houses, you renting the yachts, you renting the cars, you paying, everybody's getting paid before you get paid because the cameraman got to fly around, the sprinters and all these other things. And you keep on putting your life on the line because it's real. You going to jail is a real consequence. Dallas. Dallas, that's it. Like him going to jail, him going to court for grabbing that girl. She probably only have, not to make it seem like it's a small situation, but she probably only got a scratch because he grabbed her arm and said, "Hey, you got to get off my yacht." Now, Ari said, was it worth? Yes, even though I believe, it's a small case. The young lady might just, not even go forward with this whole situation, right? Because is it considered robbery that he grabbed her phone and threw it in the water? Is it considered robbery that somebody grab your phone and throw it in the water? It considered something. Is it a big, huge case? Not necessarily. But the action is what we need to get young men to start to realize. They got to start making better decisions. They got to take out that lust and degenerate mentality. That culture is a culture of mental degeneracy going on. And it has to stop. It's not doing anything positive or productive for these young men whatsoever. And we know people get hurt for less, goddammit. People get hurt for less. Grabbing somebody's phone, throwing it into water. People get seriously hurt for things like that. What gives anyone the right to put hands on you? Snatch your phone. That's a huge red flag. Huge red flag. And if he continues on this path, which a lot of young men do continue on that path, that it keeps getting higher and higher. The escalation gets higher and higher. Right? Because we've seen DeenTheGreat. He got slapped up by a couple of dudes too, because he keep toting that line. I believe Larry Wheels grabbed his ass up and spun him around. He's also, I believe DeenTheGreat is also the same one that got punched and knocked out on the live stream because he was trying to holler at somebody, girl. That lust and degeneracy is going to get you hurt. Absolutely. And when you have just drunk, degenerate women around you as well, more alcohol, more videos, more cameras, all this stuff it's making him money. Absolutely. It's bringing him fame. Absolutely. He has a whole engine behind him. Absolutely. You could see, like, since him and Adrian Broner got together, I see that all up and down timelines. It's hard not to see these two guys doing something. It's kind of actually difficult not to see DeenTheGreat and Adrian Broner. They doing so much goddamn degenerate behavior. Adrian Broner smashing it. These men that want to get OnlyFans, and that shit is crazy to me as well. It's crazy that it got men YouTubers that have drama cells. We have men YouTubers that went from YouTube to OnlyFans, and people act like that should not be talked about. Like, how men are not talking about that degenerate behavior? Instead of talking about that degenerate behavior, say, hey, bro, you on OnlyFans like the hoes you talk about? Instead of talking about that, they would grade his performance level. That's crazy. Clearly, clearly you put enough money behind degenerate behavior, it's going to pick it up, right? Like, I could easily just start picking out every argument that happens on my panel and just put some advertisement money behind that type of content, and we probably hit a couple of viral moments. You know what I'm saying? Like, one of the viral things that popped up on my channel, right, is PH Diva making Tommy Sotomayor leave. You know what I'm saying? Like, I could easily go ahead and just repurpose that and promote that and see where it goes, because that's what people like to see. They like to see that drama. But I guess I'm gonna have to just actually do what people say I've been doing. I'm gonna have to actually start selling drama, because y'all don't respect the honest shit I do. Shout out to the few people that do respect the honest things that I do, because it's not everybody. However, the degenerate stuff is, you know what I'm saying? Like, I guess drama do sells. You know what I mean? And I'm going to just have to, I'm going to just have to, like, concede that I'm going to have to play the drama game, even though people think I'm already doing it. It's kind of crazy when you really think about it. No matter what good shit I do, nobody ever picks up on that. Nobody ever picks up on the things that I'm saying that's actually moving forward, moving the needles, moving thoughts, being thought-provoking. They always want to try to find something that somebody else said on my channel. They never say, hey, Sharon said this. What they always say is, because of all those people on his channel, they are the ones that make him. They come up with some crazy, like, just think about how they be coming up with some crazy schemes. Just say that I be doing something. Like, I seen a clip of Tommy Sotomayor saying, Fatty told me to take down my stream. That is still up, by the way. I just had to do some editing in that video. That's why I took the stream down. I didn't take it down because somebody told me to take the stream down. Are you insane? Why would you lie on me like that, Mr. Tommy Sotomayor? Like, it's crazy. I didn't take it down because I took it down because I needed to edit something out. It's wild. But nobody's going to call out Tommy Sotomayor for being a liar, even though everybody knows he's a liar. Everybody, they know him for lying. They know him for getting beat up by men and getting punked. But somehow men will follow a man like that. It's kind of crazy to me. I don't even understand how that makes sense. Men supposed to be masculine. They ain't supposed to be lying on people. He gets caught lying. But, his lying was an honest mistake. All right. Hey, you're supposed to be a man. You're supposed to be able to protect yourself. You should never get caught lacking. He get caught lacking more than once. What's that, Shicey brother? Right, and you know, I don't. I do need to learn how to start reaching out to people and say, "Hey, come through." But I don't reach out to nobody and do that. You know what I'm saying? I try to have everything organic, have the conversation organic, let it build in real time. I think that's one of my good skills is I could build a conversation in real time. Damn, not every time. Ah. That's crazy. That's hilarious. But they all would try to act like I did something to them, which is also just I don't even understand that at all. I don't know what I could have possibly did to those people, to be honest with you. All of the men that always have an issue with me, I don't really understand it. I understand that I'm beautiful and shit. I get that. But the constantly lying on me is just wild to me. You know what I mean? The constant fact that I always attempt to push us forward as brothers is just wild that they never concentrate on that part at all. Even though that's what I talk about every single day. Let me welcome to the show the beautiful Mr. PhD. Everybody, hey, smart.
What up? What up? What up?
What up with you? What's up with your brother Dean the Great, man?
DeenTheGreat. I never been a fan of him. I mean, yeah, I'm not. He just always looked like the type of guy that's just not my type of guy. So I just never been a fan of him. And they wild boys. They are wild
Clearly.
boys.
But why you think the degeneracy is getting? Why do that get rewarded so quickly and so easily?
I don't know, man. It's just like people like entertainment. I don't know why we love it so much, but it's like even on these panels, right? I feel like if I
Mm.
had constructive conversations that kind of just went smooth, motherfuckers might hate it. They might be like, I'm out of here. Like they probably just want the screaming and the yelling and all that type of stuff. I don't know, man.
Oh, y'all trying to be productive today? I'm out.
Yeah, they don't want that.
Why they want why they want the narrative to be so true? Like they want the narrative to be so true that they will lie to themselves about what's actually happening.
No, that's a fact. That's a fact. I don't know, man. I don't know what
It's,
people. Maybe, maybe, maybe we just not normal, right? Like maybe we just the
ooh.
weird ones. Where it's like, yo, I just wanted to be true. You know,
Mm.
I don't really care like my about my. I'm not married to this idea. I'm not married to
Ooh,
winning an
okay.
argument. Maybe that's just not that's just rare. I don't know.
That is a strong possibility. It's kind of scary at the same time, right? Because when I first started YouTube, I thought it was more closer to the majority side of brothers that was attempting to move in a productive way. Like, hey, I found out some new information. I'm gonna start moving with that new information, not to be stuck in my own delusion of doing the wrong things, and I'm gonna make the wrong thing right eventually. If I keep on doing it, it's
Mm.
crazy to me. And as I navigate through this YouTube thing, I see just like yesterday, we had the young brother up here. He was married to the lie. He was
Mm.
so married to the limelight, even after we gave him facts about how he was the targeted audience to vote for Donald Trump and why he was the targeted audience. He still's like, no, that ain't the reason. I came up with that conclusion on my own. And then we brought the fact that that's the exactly reason why you was targeted. They targeted black men that believed they came up with the conclusion on their own and said it in the
Mm.
goddamn report.
Mm. I missed that part of the show yesterday.
Shit. He was still like, nope.
I missed that one.
He was not going. How was that possible?
I don't know, man. Yeah, people. It's like the whole red pill thing.
Mm,
I get the idea. Like whenever I go into red pill spaces and I'm telling the guys like, oh nah, the red pill shit, dweeb shit, right? And they
mm,
like they like, no, it's just the truth. It's just the truth. That's all. Then I'm like, no, it's not the truth. Because whenever you get the truth, you all get mad. So that's not the truth. Can't be that.
It can't be that.
Yeah.
It's not possible that y'all want the truth, and then when the truth is presented to you in the facts and stats in your face, you still want to like, yeah, I see all that, I read all that, and I see it comes from a valuable, but nah, I'm still gonna believe what I believe. Then you don't believe in the truth.
Yeah. Yeah. And to some degree, like I hate doing it because I'm one of them people that's like, if somebody give me some information that's new and it seem decent, I'm like, yo, let me check this out and I'll get back to you. Like, I'm more like that versus other people who might just reject it, but I just want to learn.
Mm. Hey, Mike, when was the last time you actually got upset and cussed a person out?
Damn, it's crazy. Last night, but it wasn't that I was upset.
What? We might have to review that. You cuss somebody out?
They made me get out my body, but it was
What?
because it's like, yo, that's what y'all want. All right, we going.
Damn.
That's what y'all want. All right, I got you. You know, that's crazy though, because I don't do that though. But I don't not do it not because it's not me, because we all
Mm,
come from that place, right? I don't do it normally because it's not useful. You know,
mm,
it's not useful for conversations. It's not useful for getting your point across. But last night, I just found it to be useful last night. So
mm.
yeah.
Don't worry, I had to change too. It took me a while. Like the thing that I bring up Brownsville with
What's that?
the Sailor Moon. Brr, brr, brr.
Yeah.
That used to be my intro. Because
Okay.
way back when I first started to even be on live streams, way before I ever even thought about starting an actual channel, I was on Fight Club, right? And a lot of times I was fighting, with like Angry Man and all the other red pills that used to come up there. Mr. Fantastic was one of them. I used to come up there a lot, Beans. And so I was up there and I used to be, I used to be giving them a business. Yo, I was giving them business. I'd be cooking up. You know what I'm saying? So, so they used to always say, I'm always coming up there to be Captain Saver, you know what I'm saying? And I'm always fighting for the woman and all this other stuff. And in reality, and that's the narrative that they put on me. So then they want to eventually giving me that I'm always here to save the woman. But they never really understood that the narrative was cool, it was funny, we all laughed, but I was never talking about women.
Yeah.
But eventually the stigma just stuck. I was always about, hey, y'all gotta move better because I move better. The reason why I got different outcomes.
Yeah.
I realized that my shit was stinking. So I had to get up and wipe my ass. God damn it, that's what grandma told me.
Mm.
And Mom, when you start moving that way, it gets up, and that's why I think a lot of people think that other people come and take over my show.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't move me emotionally to be the man on every given second.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You come up here, you start talking up a storm, and you making good points. I'm gonna let you talk. Go ahead. I don't have no ego to say I gotta make sure I'm talking 2 words more than mine.
Yeah. It's crazy. You know what I'm noticing? Like, and this is what and hopefully I can avoid it, but I'm only human, right? But hopefully I can avoid it. I don't want them to turn me to a black Air Force One. I don't.
Hey, listen, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. You gonna go through your era of it though.
Really?
You're gonna go through it. They used to call me Batman for a hot minute, like for like a good 3 months. They was like, yeah, we like angry Sharon because I was to come up there hot. I ain't waste no time. I ain't saying hello to nobody. Came up hot, voice ready, attitude ready.
Oh man.
I came up there smoking, man. And then I had to calm back down, like, hey, this ain't really me like that. Like, this is it's a part of me, right? But it's not a part of me that I want to be showing to the world at all times, right? That's not that trait is supposed to be reserved for real action,
Yeah.
not no internet argument. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm like watching other people like villain arcs and stuff like that. Like
Yeah.
Jazz, like Jazz is currently a black Air Force One. Like if Jazz pull up
Mm.
in your if she pull up in your comment section, she's coming to wreck shit. Like she coming to wreck shit, and she on her black Air Force One energy. So, you know,
And
yeah.
that's another issue too, right? Because now we create a situation where Jazz would never come up here, right? I think
Really?
that's what we got to start recognizing as well too, as content creators. We create a situation for ourselves where we never actually go to places where we actually appreciate it.
Mm. You think Jazz won't come over here?
She'd be in the chat, but she haven't
She
she
gonna
never hit the
pull up?
panel.
Mm.
Hmm. Right, because
Interesting.
I'm assuming, of course, right? She
Yeah.
could be just actually just busy. It is the morning, right?
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
could be our schedule just clash the way how it clashes,
Mm-hmm.
or it also could be because she don't have enough disagreement with me. Where it's like, all right, I'm gonna come up. She'll say her ones and twos, and like how what I'm saying, and we she's super dope. I'll be in her chat whenever I can.
Yeah.
But it's not enough to make us say, I'm hitting that panel and go ahead and like you said, be the Black Air Forces.
Yeah. If she can't put her black Air Force costume on, maybe it's just like I don't even need to be there. I need to be somewhere where I can be a black
Right, he
Air Force.
holding it down.
Yeah.
Type it, you know what I'm saying? It could be that. Or it could be just a schedule thing too.
Yeah, that too.
I don't want to just to get it and make it see like I don't think she ducking me or something like that though. I
Yeah,
think
no, for sure.
we cool. You know what I'm saying? Me and her cool. From what I understand.
Yeah.
We ain't never had no issue. Shout out to Corinne Mackey with the one on that. It's almost Friday. Thanks as always. Thank you so much, Miss Corinne Mackey. Appreciate you. And but yeah, you do like, and I don't think I'm ever going to get out the villain situation. I think I'm always going to be a villain to most men because I attempt to hold men accountable with words and actions and see what they say and see how they moving. And I'm using the words that they actually use and not things that happened 10, 20 years ago or even 2 or 3 months ago. It's about what we have in the conversation today. And I think most people don't understand that. That's why I'm necessary for men.
Mm-hmm.
You ain't gonna never get to your full potential if you ain't getting pushed to your limit.
That's a fact.
And one thing they don't understand, the reason why a lot of these men are never going to be great is because that person that you're pushing to the limit, you can't break them if they are destined to be great. You cannot, like, no matter what, people would try to make it seem as if Michael Jordan was an accident. No. You can find another one. However, you got to push men to their brink, and that's when they turn into Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
You can't coddle somebody into Michael Jordan. You cannot coddle somebody into Jerry Rice. Jerry Rice got cut. That turned something on in him.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot coddle Jerry Rice into the greatest wide receiver of all time. Kobe Bryant, he went through a whole basketball year without scoring a point, and he played every game.
That's crazy. I didn't even know that.
He played every game, and then scored not 1 point.
Damn.
And he said the thing that changed him is that his dad said, "Hey, son, I'm still proud of you, even though you suck and you didn't score." And so he said once he realized that, he's like, "Hey, so my dad don't care if I'm a bum. Guess what? I don't want to be a bum." He said, "My dad gonna love me regardless." So now his shift is from him worry about other people to him worry about himself.
Yeah.
He didn't get coddled.
You know the good thing though, like where people would have a stronger argument if you was like you was pandering or something like that is if you didn't let people talk, right? And this wasn't a place where they could but everybody is welcome to come back every day and get their points across and had a conversation which shows that you want to have a conversation, you genuinely want something to come from it, There's some spaces where people just not welcome, right? Like echo chambers and all that.
They make sure they find a way to kick you off as soon as you get there.
In fact.
But they don't want to deal in truth, for some reason. And yes, narratives and dialogue. I'm a villain to somebody like you, narratives and dialogue. I'm one of the biggest villains to somebody like narratives and dialogues. You feel what I'm saying, Mike?
Yeah.
And the reason why is because for some reason I'm able to see through people's mask.
Mm.
Like that mask does not stay on long with me.
Yeah.
They're like, but did I say? I don't need you to hear you say verbatim, bro. I know who the hell I'm talking to. I've been outside long enough.
Yeah.
I could, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't need a con man to tell me that he's a con man to understand what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like when somebody come up to you, man, and they like, yo, I got this great business idea. It's going to make you a ton of money, and this, that, and the third. I got this one dude. He making 10,000. I got this other dude. He did phenomenal. He did like 100,000, and then he's like, all right, so what is that we selling? Don't worry about that part yet. Just come, check out what we doing, and you come and be a part of the team and watch how much money we make. I don't need to know that. What makes you think I need to go and look any further to see that is a scam?
Yeah. That's a fact.
I don't want to see your Ponzi scheme or your pyramid scheme, bro. Because I know you're going to ask me for my $500 to $1,000.
Yeah.
And then I got to go find 5 other people that do the same thing. And those 5 people got to go find, you know what I'm saying? Like, we know.
Yeah. The craziest stuff.
But then they try to act like because the con man didn't tell me he was a con man, I cannot. Dang.
Mm-hmm.
What is this idea with men that they need to have like this? I don't even know how to put it. That you gotta like once you start when that mask starts to fall off, right? Then all of a sudden you gotta say everything verbatim.
What you mean?
Like, you know, like with the con man thing, right? So the con man come up to us and he tell us this whole thing, right? And then I'm like, hey, you know what? I don't deal with con men. And then he like, so what did I say that is considered a con? And in reality, is nothing that he actually said that shows that is a con, right? But all directions, if I was to just go through the motions, I'm pretty sure we will find out that it is a guy that I can't prove that you're lying. I can't prove that your man didn't make $10,000. Blah, 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 blah. I can't prove none of that. But I know a goddamn liar and a deceiver when I see one.
Yeah.
But if I can't pull out the literal thing that proves it, they feel like they are okay. What do you think that is?
I don't know about that one.
I don't know what to call it neither. I think I'm gonna call it liar language. They just have this lying language.
Yeah.
That did I literally say that? No, but what you said implied all these things. But did I literally say it? No, you didn't say it.
Yeah.
You added this extra word. Okay, I got you. Did you actually mean XYZ? I did, but I didn't say it that way. I didn't. I guess it's just a natural lying language, I guess I want to call it. So what was it last night that you was arguing about that they got you out of your PhD body?
Honestly, I think that with these conversations, the older gentlemen, for whatever reason, they think that they are communicating well, right? I think that they make no progress when they're communicating. Like for example, like when I talk to women, I'm able to get them to see my point of view, and we have like good conversations, right? The same women that they would find themselves arguing with, right? Every time they talk, they don't. I'm not arguing with them, right? But I can get them to understand my point of view. So like I think for whatever reason, they can't communicate unless they're screaming and yelling, right?
Damn.
It's almost like that. Like it's like they can't communicate unless they scream and yell and posturing, raising their voice. So I guess for me, it's like, yo, you know, like I prefer to be chill, but on some real shit, I beat all y'all the fuck up, right? But I prefer to be chill. But I guess it's like they didn't know that. It's like niggas don't. It's like you can't. You're so naive that you think because I'm not raising my voice
Right.
that you probably can shake a hand harder than me or some shit, like, or that you probably can, like,
Run
you can
something.
beat, yeah, like, no, that's not happening. So,
That's
you
not how
know,
it's gonna actually happen.
yeah,
The crazy thing is, I used to try to tell them that all the time. They like, man, I'll rob you for your little ass chain. I was saying, what you think I'm gonna do? Like, that's the part that I was like, all right, so you gonna just come up, you gonna beat me out. And if I get knocked out, I get knocked out. All right, cool. You can get me with 100 quid, fine, understood. But if you hit me and I have my conscience, what do you think I'm going to do? You think that you are the biggest, baddest person that you just could walk around and slap anybody and everybody else is not going to do anything?
it's the craziest shit. But you know, that's a part of like the hood mentality, where like people are used to, they got picks. They used to kind of like they try to like find people they can pick with,
Mm.
who, you know, they find the people they can pick with and they pick with them. You know, almost like a bully mentality. But I guess like when you a kid, maybe it makes sense that somebody who's more quiet might might tend to be more passive. But when you an adult, that's not a thing. Like like
Not only that, right? You are willing to have the conversation. So, what a part about me having a conversation with you makes you think I'm scared of a conversation?
I don't know.
Like, that's the part that always, like, I don't know if most of these men just never actually been in danger or never actually really been in fights. Like, we are having a conversation where we don't even know where each other at. Different states most of the time. What makes you think that this thing is threatening?
It's unproductive.
You know what I'm saying? Like, how you think you threatening me?
That's the craziest part. That's why I typically don't raise my voice, right? Because
Yeah.
I'm not in front of you. Like I'm like we're not in front of each other.
Mm-hmm.
Um you if I raise my voice, you raise your voice, it's going to be horrible to listen to. Nobody's going to be we're not going to get nowhere in the conversation. We're not going to hear each other. Like I'm just not with inefficiency, right? I'm one of those men who
Mm-hmm.
just don't talk for no reason. I can't stand people who talk for no reason.
Me too. Yeah.
Yeah, like
Unless it's
if I
my girl, right? She can
yeah,
talk to me about
she can do
Starbucks.
that,
Yeah.
yeah.
Whatever.
But outside of that, it's like I'm talking to get somewhere. It's like my it's like a car. I got in it to get from here to here.
Not just to sit in and rev the engine.
Yeah. So like motherfuckers be screaming at and I watch it all the time. I watch the panels, people scream at each other for 45 minutes and they haven't made any progress from the first point they made.
Yeah. And like, and so many people threaten me to say that they're going to do something to me, man. Over the 3 years I've been doing this,
Yeah.
countless men say they're going to rob me. They're going to take my rollie. They're going to take my chain. They're going to take my woman. They're going to beat me up. They're going to slap me. I went to 3 to 4 meetups with all these people. Like, it wasn't like it was an outside meetup when I went to a cosmetic meetup. I went to a fight club meetup where everybody was threatening to whoop my ass, man. And you know what happened when I got there, man?
I bet you got a lot of handshakes, didn't you?
I got more than that. I got, Sharon, oh shit, you here? Man. I'm like, hey, what's up with you? How you doing? What's your name? It's me. It's Narratives and Dialogue 1701 from the chat. I'm like, oh, I've never seen your face before. You know what I'm saying? Like, good to finally actually meet you. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, for some, like, even though, you know, me and Narius talk on, like, me and whoever it is, I just called out his name, right? I never actually met him in person. But what I'm saying is that the avatar faces sometimes, they be acting as if they know, like, we know each other.
Okay.
and I never
Yeah.
seen your face.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? That's
Yeah.
how it was when I went to the meetups, man.
Like a
Strangers that I've
parasocial.
never seen their face, they have a completely, you know what I'm saying, like and when you look at like you see how Wall Street Willie avatar is with the ski mask and all that.
Yeah.
You expect it to be like a real homie, like, all right, yeah, I can see like this would be a good tussle. And then you go see him, it's some light-skinned dude with glasses, dressed all prim and proper, having perfect diction and everything. Like, oh shit, what is going on out here?
That's funny.
You know what I'm saying? That's what happened most of the time. And I never got slapped, I never got robbed, and I met the people that actually said they was gonna do something to me.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like I just met all of the cool people type of shit. Dude said he's gonna do something to me. I said, all right, where you at? We're gonna see each other. We met. He was like, he took out his phone and took a picture and told his homies, like, look, I'm with the dude from Fight Club. I'm like, what the fuck is this? I'm ready to beat you up, bro. And I ain't no tough dude or nothing like that, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I've been in enough fights to understand that, hey, we've been in a fight. I know enough to understand that majority of the time, nobody actually wins a fight.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? His face is going to be hurt, and my hands is going to be hurt too. So we're going, you know what I'm saying? We're going to be hurt for different reasons. Unlike Lisa, he going to throw me in the Hudson River, God damn it.
Yo.
He said, since I can't beat up Robin M and Sugar Bum, Sharon, I'm going to throw you in the Hudson River. I was like, God damn. He was mad as hell at me, Mott.
You gotta chill.
Hey. And you know, the funniest thing about the whole situation, I be telling, like, listen, every fight I got into, I got jumped because, hey, they be surprised, like, oh shit, this little motherfucker right here, he could throw a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm little, but you ain't gonna just whoop my ass. I'm still a man.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know that confusion part. Like, yeah, just because I'm little doesn't mean that I'm not a man.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Javante Tank Davis, what?
5'6", some shit, 5'5" or something. He's small.
And they think they could just walk up on him and do whatever?
Yeah.
You feel me, man?
Crazy.
You know, so like just think about that. Like you know, I just don't, you know, not saying that I'm anywhere at his skill level.
Yeah.
But he's
But
a grown
still,
man.
yeah.
At the end of the
A
day.
grown man, yeah.
5'6", you ain't gonna just do whatever to him.
Mm-hmm.
He gonna at least fight back.
That's a fact. Oh no, Tank could probably do more than fight back, but you know, but yeah, like, yeah, hell no.
Like it ain't gonna just. It ain't, most likely it ain't gonna go the way how you think it is.
Yeah.
And we can clearly see when him have these goddamn boxing matches, it don't be going the way how they think it goes.
Yeah. I'm gonna watch.
I'm
gonna watch that next one.
You gonna be in it?
I ain't gonna be in it, but I'm streaming that shit though for sure.
You know what I'm saying? Like when we see them get in a ring, like most of the ones that be talking tough, they don't even know how to throw a punch.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's the craziest thing ever.
Like, how you's the main one talking and you can't throw a punch?
But you know, it's just like one of those videos where they walk up to the men and they like, "Yo, can you fight?" And they like, "Yeah." They like, "All right, let me see your stance," and it end up looking crazy. It's because like most guys don't know they can't fight. It's like they never seen themselves fight. You know, like when you young and you think you can sing and then you record it somehow. You record it, and then it's like, oh shit, turn that off. You know, let me delete that and set it on fire. It's like that. They never seen themselves, but they be looking crazy.
I don't know. I guess maybe because I always was in high competition. I remember when I first got good at basketball, it's because I got my ass whooped and embarrassed. I was like, oh, this ain't never happening again. I got mad nice. When I'm talking about I got mad nice, man, I got mad nice. Even though I ain't playing 2 years, I'm over here, people trying to get me to play in a professional team. I'm like, bruh, I'm damn near a senior citizen, bruh.
They probably think you can't hoop at all.
Nah, I'm mad nice. Like I really will cook you. You like, yo, what's going on? Like I thought I had all these muscles. How he just busting my ass like this?
I don't know, Sharon. I'm a big man.
That's what usually happens. Like I'm really be like, they be really like, yeah, I'm 6'7", 6'8". I'm gonna bust your ass. And then we get on the court, we play. I'm like, posting them up. Hold that. And they don't even understand how the hell they 6'7" ass cannot block my jump shot. I'm like, hold that. Tight.
I gotta see that. Brownsville can vouch for you.
Nah, he don't play ball. He a football. He a football player.
Okay.
He gonna foul you. He'll play football. You give him the ball, he gonna run.
He ain't gonna dribble.
I'm finesse. You know what I'm saying? Oh, look, looking at you jumping in the air. And just lay up on. You know what I'm saying? I'm finesse that Jones. And I took hella shit the whole game too.
We gotta see Sharon hoop, man.
I talk hella shit the whole game, man. I don't stop talking. And that's how I had to learn how to fight too, man.
Okay.
Because I used to always get into fights for the basketball club because I'm busting your ass and I'm talking shit on every shot. You go to it, and you know how Philly and New York is?
Yeah.
You go to somebody else's park talking and you cooking them?
Oh yeah, you gotta rumble.
Bruh, it's going down. Welcome to the show. Good day, Supreme Goddess, the real Dr. PhD Divas. Good day, because we got a fake doctor here too.
Oh, really? Hey,
Yeah.
fake doctor. Sharon, you really is up here glazing yourself, bruh. And I don't believe none of it. Talking about you finesse. Boy, cut it out.
Yeah. Hey, look, dude, somebody got to toot that horn.
You know what? Sharon did say that he was a 10 physically. So maybe that's just his ideology with everything he do is like he the best in the world.
That's true.
So we got to see you hoop. We gotta see you hoop.
That's true. I haven't met nobody better than me yet, so I'm just willing to put in that work. You know what I'm saying? That's just what it is. Conversation with MJ with the 20 ball. Now, Sharon, I can wash you up and out of ball. Good day. What up, plug? Oh, shoot. Oh, man, that's too funny. That is too funny. I'm telling you, I'm mad nice, Diva. I'm mad nice. I'll be having them tight, Diva.
You know what? Dudes always be saying that. So, like, one thing I've learned over the years is you can never listen to a man recount his sports days or his prowess on the court or on the field. Because I had one man tell me that he dominated as a freaking kicker. As a kicker, he dominated. Didn't get nail scholarship to college, but he dominated. You see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying. But Diva, that's the issue. Like, I used to talk so much shit, and people would be saying the same thing you saying. And then when I get on the court, and then I'll back it up, and I'm shooting a J in your face, and I'm talking hella shit like, blow! Didn't I tell you I was not nice? Next you know, I'm getting swung on, Diva.
See why you was getting beat up.
Diva, next thing you know, he's swinging at me. I'm like, yo, bro, what's good with you, man?
Brought it on yourself.
And then, the funniest part about it too, Diva, a lot of people all wanted to fight me when we played basketball. But because I dominated them so bad on the basketball court, they was like, damn, if I can't beat them in one-on-one, I know.
Wait a minute. So now it's a correlation between on the court and hands?
Absolutely.
Basketball
Look,
and hands? Okay.
Look, think about it like this, Diva, right? Say he's really upset at me, and I'm talking hella shit. Mine is 6'10", he 270 pounds, right, Diva? And then we start playing. I start busting his ass. He like, all right, he's starting to get annoyed, right? And then next you know, he a big man. So what big man gonna do? They're gonna start backing you down. Oh, you too little, right? Right, Diva? That's what you're gonna do, right?
That's exactly what's going to happen.
And then I put this grown man forearm on him, and he don't move. He like, hold on, why I can't back this little? And I'm just like an unmovable object. He like, shit, I ain't gonna fight him then. Nah, like, it is what it is. You feel what I'm saying, Mike? Is that not true though?
It's true, but I don't know. Like, I'm moving you, so I don't know. I can't relate to that part, but
I know that's what you say now. Until this forearm don't move. You like, hold on. Why I can't move this forearm? What is? Nah, there's something going on.
If the forearm don't move, if the forearm don't move, the feet gonna slide. So it don't mean nothing to me.
I play football and talk about my feet gonna slide. I'll be playing football, bro. I don't know how long I could dribble the basketball shicey, but I could damn sure dribble it for sure. Right, that's the thing. People do think I'm fragile and shit, but nah, I'm too sure. Oh shit! Oh, thank you so much. Conversation with MJ and Devama. Too bad you're overseas. NY is up. LOL. Finally going to the finals. That is awesome, man. 27 years, Mont. It took us 27 years to get back to this place. New York's gonna be wild. New York's gonna be wild for the next win, lose, or draw. It don't even matter at this point. If they win, forget about it. I don't know. They better get the National Guard there. Because I can only imagine how every bar in New York City right now is making hella money. This is the best thing that happened to them. It's kind of weird too, right? That's why I be making it seem like this should be rigged. Like when somebody like my Donnie is just destroying so many businesses and doing a whole bunch of things that's just not good to the local business owner. Now New York is in a frenzy. Everywhere you go in New York, probably right now, is going to be lit, the bars. You know what I'm saying? This is going to get everybody out of their house and into a local bar. The streets are going to be lit. So much alcohol is going to be bought. You know how many people going to be drinking on the street, man? Yo.
That's a fact.
So much money is going to be made in New York City over this.
When sports teams do good, that's food and hospitality places, they do great.
Lit. Anybody that's a bartender right now, they rich for the next month.
It's like when the elections come around and y'all gonna make a lot of money. Y'all YouTube people gonna make a lot of money talking about politics.
And the jails will be full too. Yes, the jails will be full as well. Politics is strange, man. It's a strange, it's a strange animal, man.
When
You
I
could
say that,
catch a really cool wave with it, but also like the amount of reviewing that you gotta do, a lot of those things you can't review it without getting your channel taken. Those people got some strong power.
oh
You review,
dang,
yeah, you review the wrong Fox News joint, done. Channel gone.
damn.
You know what I'm saying? So you can make some bread, but it's a tricky game with the politics.
I just remember
And
seeing Anton do it a lot, and I just kind of remember watching him do like the whole political thing. Like, but maybe he didn't do
mm,
like the professional clips. Maybe he was just reacting to all the stuff online and
mhm.
TikToks and all that.
Yeah, you got to be careful. That's the other thing. He definitely know how to work it for sure. He got popping off of that shit. So I agree
Hmm.
with you. But most people don't. Most people get their channels taken.
Damn.
So yeah, you gotta be careful.
Okay.
You gotta like catch it from other places like Twitter and shit. You gotta go around about to make sure you protect your channel.
Got you. Hmm.
So, but man, you still didn't get into what y'all was actually talking about yesterday to make people so hot with you that you had to get out your body. What was the topic?
Yeah, we was talking about that. We was talking about a recent incident where somebody crashed out on me. People always crashing out on me because I don't know. I just be chilling. I don't be doing nothing, but people be crashing out on me. So somebody had crashed out on me. And we had spoke about like them crash. We had spoke about them crashing out on me, right?
Mm,
And we just ended up bringing it back up again, right?
gotcha.
And
And the
I just
person was
had
there
to.
too?
Yeah, they was there too. So I just had to they just people be gaslighting, right? And motherfuckers they
They
just be
do.
thinking they tough and I just, was like, you know what, let me
He's like, enough is enough.
yeah, like you like it's this
I
ain't
ain't
that.
get
Like,
enough sleep. I ain't smell no farts. Y'all got me effed up
yeah,
tonight.
having a whole yeah, man. Shit's crazy. But yeah, it was more of like nothing, not an overt topic. It was like personal, I guess you could say. Like a
Okay.
insider type thing. Not even an insider, but you can like the streams is there. But
Mm,
yeah,
okay. That's interesting. I haven't had a good crash out in a long time. Cause you see me, even though people be trying to act like I'm some kind of unhinged person, most of the time, like I think people get it twisted too. Like, cause I don't mind showing anger neither.
yeah,
I think being angry can be healthy as long as it's not too detrimental to you. I think anger is
yeah.
a healthy emotion to express. You shouldn't hold anger inside. You know what I mean? Like that's also something that I don't agree with too. People are like, oh, why are you so angry? Because what you did is said anger me. I could answer that easily. I don't know why people get so defensive when somebody called the proper emotion on you. I don't
Yeah,
think there's nothing wrong with that. If somebody says I'm sad and I'm actually that, why would I be defensive about that?
it's a fact. I just remember what it was because one was Angry Man. One was Angry Man. It was me and Angry Man. Uh, I call Angry Man old. I called him. He don't like when I call him old. He probably other people can call him old, but since I'm like young and the girls like me, I can't call. He don't like when I call him old. So
Hey, Ma, do you know the whole reason why he had that disdain for me and why he kind of like pulled up on me on the stream that we wound up co-streaming on?
wow.
It's because I called him a dinosaur.
Oh man.
That's what really took him over. It wasn't none of the other stuff. It was because when I started calling him a dinosaur, that shit, whew, that one hit. I called him a dinosaur, talking about how he be using Beijing and what? Man, that shit hit different. You know what I'm saying? So you start calling him old, and then what happened?
I start calling him old. So he go off on me. He like he say he like no, cause you was sensitive the other day. Cause I called him old. He got sensitive, and I was like, yo, like let me know your boundaries and what you don't want me to say, like, and your triggers, and I won't call you old no more if it's a boundary for you, right? And he like fuck out of here. You you was just real sensitive over this weekend, so he start like making jokes and shit like that. And we just kind of it just kind of went from there. Like, but then he wouldn't let me talk. He kept cutting me off. Like I'd be like, "Yo, all right, you go," and then I go. But he wouldn't let me talk. He kept cutting me off. So I'm like, "All right, you niggas can't. You niggas think that you can talk louder than me. You really can't talk louder than me. Like I don't talk loud in general, but you can't out scream me. Like so. But they be
If I
thinking they
really
can because
wanted
I'm
to.
talking. Yeah, like
Mm-hmm.
so. But hopefully, I don't got. I don't
Maybe
crash out.
because we still have young kids, we don't get intimidated by somebody smaller than us trying to boss up on us. Like
I don't know.
like seriously, like because like sometimes I be looking at I'm like, all right, calm down. This is a teachable moment. Gotta let them learn. You know what I'm saying? I'm the safest person to teach them about this conflict resolution. I'd rather them learn through me than learn out there in the streets how most of these men need to clearly they have to learn and
Yeah,
get beat up. And so like it's no need for me to overexert my power on my children. That just doesn't make sense to me. Like that's not teaching anything.
yeah,
Besides be scared of me.
yeah,
I don't want them to be, you know what I mean? So I guess maybe that's why we still have that connection to teaching little kids. So when we see this grown man, maybe we possibly recognize the little kid is coming out of them.
maybe. And
Because I realize
what?
there's a lot of grown people, right? Even though they big in age, a lot of times when they are in a certain mood and feeling a certain way, that's not actually the grown version of themselves. That is the little kid version of themselves lashing out, finally getting to be heard.
That's true. When it come to like my kids, I'm big on communication before anything, and like other people will look at me and sometimes be like, "Yo, you need to like, you know, put your hands on them or something like that." I'm like, "No, like if I ever need to do that, I will know when it's time to do that." Right? But communication is always, I want you to learn. I want to teach you, right? I want to
Mm-hmm.
make sure that I'm telling you something like, "Oh, do you understand what I'm saying?" If you don't understand what I'm saying, all right, let me try to tell you a different way. But that's my biggest thing is communication. And I tell my kids that even about each other, like communicate, stop raising your voice, talk. You don't have to raise your voice in order to get this point across. So, a lot of people ain't learned that.
Yeah, and it's a skill that I think I don't know. I think maybe I don't know. I don't want to say no. I'm not going to say that. It's definitely a skill that needs to be learned, and you don't need to learn it the hard way all the times.
Hmm.
I had to learn it the hard way. I don't think everybody should learn it the hard way.
Yeah, I agree.
Ooh, I got to work on that thought. I got to work on that thought. I got a thought that I want to say it, but I think it could get misunderstood if I say it now. I don't have the. Yeah, well, it's crazy. We don't even got 50 likes. Mom, what is it? Maybe they forgot. I get on the benefit out. Maybe they forgot. We've been on for an hour and a half. We've been cooking up. We've been having a good time, and we don't even have 50 likes. That's crazy.
I know I'll be having a hard time finding the like button.
Why you have such a difficult time finding the like button? See,
I don't
you the
know
man say he just
sometimes.
forgot. Is it that you just get caught up in whatever's happening in the content and the other things that you are doing that you just like forget the like button?
No, I'll be trying to find it. I just don't be knowing where it's at. Mm.
Yeah, either man said the same thing. YouTube don't make it easy to find a goddamn like button. It is what it is. Shout out to the 130 people watching, but we don't got 50 likes. That's insanity. Let me find somebody that just put their glasses on. Welcome to the show, the man Williams. Good day, sir. How you doing?
What's up, brother? How you doing today?
I'm good, man. I'm in good spirits. I'm chilling, having a good time. You know what I'm saying?
See that
I
guy
was
vibing
having
out.
a conversation about Dean and his degeneracy, and then we're just talking about we chatting, having a good time.
Yeah,
What's on your mind?
you gotta go look for the like button. See, if YouTube don't want us to hit that like button, if they want us to hit the like button, they'll put it right down the live chat. Well, all you gotta do is just click it. They want you to go look for it.
Oh, speaking of, I think I can do that. By the way, hold on. You know what?
If you could put it on
Keep
the
talking.
live chat, I'm telling you, I think that'll make it a lot easy, but you gotta literally go exit out of the live chat to go back. And I think since
Mm,
it's out of sight, most people just like when they click in, they just lock in. You be up here cooking that they locked in on what you're saying. You ain't going looking for something. You're trying to stay
mm,
in the conversation. So I don't think it's so much people like not quote unquote wanting to hit the light. It's just if you don't go look for it, you ain't gonna find it. So, and I heard you and Mun up here talking about some kumbaya, talking about you shouldn't whoop your kids. You know, I disagree with that.
I
Uh,
did not say
but
that. I did not say that.
I know you said that you gonna have a feeling inside of you. We said based on his heart, go tell him that when it's the right time for him to
Well,
whoop. But
no,
now,
but Edelman, I like so, and this is the problem I have with like people who are in like these fields of study, right? I don't think that they, and this might sound arrogant, right? But I don't think that they do the right research and go deep enough and ask the right questions, right? Because they'll give you blanket advice that says you should not be physical with your kids under no circumstance because that's going to lead to bad outcomes, right? And I disagree with that because I think that the data that they're actually reviewing, it over the people who are overrepresented are not people like me who have a wonderful relationship with their kids, who are extremely affectionate with their kids, who are extremely balanced and talk to their kids so much, right? They're not
mhm,
taking into consideration when I choose to do that and not deem it necessary is responsibly, right? They're looking at the neurotic mother and father who just like whenever they mad, they whooping ass, right? Um and once you actually look into the research, you figure that out that, they giving you blanket advice. Like if they had to choose for the public to either whoop or not whoop their kids, that it makes sense to just say, you know what, steer away from whooping your kids, you know? So yeah. But I believe that I don't believe I should limit myself. I should have all of those tools at my disposal to use when I deem it necessary. That's what I believe.
yeah, I've never been for general parenting, but I'm starting to think that having boys versus having girls is different. I think men have to be disciplined. Like they have to be like in a lot of places it can be life or death, and I understand that. I've been saying this all the time that Sharon's a superhero. So, he got these perfect kids that don't do nothing. They's about to start learning Chinese and all this stuff, right? I get that. But it's certain things that if I tell you something, I need it to be executed. And it's not always that way. Some people think when I say that, I mean like everything I tell you, you got to execute like you're in the military. That's not what I'm saying. But certain
mm.
things we have to have where you understand that there's some level, and you shouldn't have to continuously whoop your kids. I really think one whooping enough. I know some
Dang.
people don't agree with that, but I think once your kids know that it's a possibility it can go there because you ain't listening, they're like, yeah, I know daddy about at that level because they'll take you all the way to that level. Then they say, let me pull back. And I think kids continually they try to figure out where the line is at with their parents. And I just think a
So for the
line got to be
people,
there.
this poll it works with the number. So if you put 1, 2, or 3, that's how you participate in the poll. So that's kind of interesting.
So I think every kid needs at least one good whooping. And then after that whooping, they know that that's on the table. They typically try not to go past that line. But I know Sharon definitely disagree with that.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that you should put your hands on your children. You know, life or death situations. Okay, understandable. Everything got to have some kind of line, right? But 98% of the time, I don't see a reason to put your hands on your kids. You need to learn how to communicate with them so they can understand what's going on, have a healthy back and forth, healthy communication. And that's what is going to build a different types of characters and teach them how to have um, conflict resolution. Because if you teach them that whooping their ass is one of the resolutions, you know, it could be a dangerous thing, in my opinion.
Yeah, then
I think we got to.
I also think it depends on where you grew up in the world too. Because
Mm,
me growing up in the South, I didn't see a world where whooping was not an option. Me moving to the
mm,
West Coast, I said, hey, this is a whole different environment. Like, I remember going into middle school, I got jumped like day one. Like, that was like, listen, it's like, it's the first day of middle school I
That's
got jumped.
crazy.
Listen, but that like going into middle school in Georgia is almost like going to the prison system. It's like
Mm,
equivalent, right? It like
uh-huh,
you got to choose neighborhoods, you got to choose gangs, you just got to choose, or you got to fight if you're not willing to be a part of the system, right? That's just how middle
right.
school is in Georgia. And so
Hmm.
that's kind of what I explain to people is that your environment, people don't understand is being able to change your kid's environment actually can change the rules of engagement too for your kids. And I
Mm,
didn't realize that until I moved to Washington.
Hold up,
mm.
hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. Let me get in this.
Good day to
Y'all
you,
about
Too
to go.
Strong. What's good with you? What's your thoughts?
I'm doing good. I'm just here to, hype things up, get a little energy up in here. All right, so let me play devil's advocate real quick. I'ma say you need to whoop your kids' ass. Cause sometimes
Mm.
they are some hard heads. And them hard heads make for soft behinds. All right,
I
so
get that's a cool statement that people used to always run with back in the days. It's a lot of things people say back in the days. It just doesn't prove to be helpful in the real time. That hard head makes a soft ass. It's just not truthful in today's environment. You got to be able to work with intelligence. You need to have better communicational skills with your children. Spend time with them so you can understand why they are having this emotional breakdown in the first place, where you have to get so frustrated that you might have to whoop their ass. And I think that is more important than physically putting fear in your child.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I used to run the streets, all right. So I can tell you firsthand, talking to some of these kids ain't gonna help at all. You can talk to them for days. You can tell them how bad your life was beforehand. It ain't gonna help them at
Well, no,
all.
it
But what
depends
is
on
gonna
when.
help them is whooping their ass.
No, it depends
That's
on
what's
when
gonna
you
help them.
start
That's gonna
talking
keep
to
them
them.
inside.
This is what I
So hold
learned. It
on, but
depends
too
on.
strong. Wait, before you go to eBay, have you ever got an ass whooping too strong?
Have I? I got whooped up the street, down the street, at the
Okay, so
classroom,
now
outside the
so now
classroom.
show now explain to me how that ass whooping stopped you from being in the street.
Shoot, it did. It kept me
It
inside.
didn't. It didn't.
It
And
definitely
and
did.
that's
You
no, but you
proving
said you
that
was
it
up.
didn't work. And you proving that the
Yes,
whooping did not work.
No, that
correct.
this is before the ass whooping.
Right. Then
See?
you got your ass whooped, and then you kept on. Then you still kept running the street.
Nah, I switched up.
Yeah.
After the ass whooping, I switched up. I was like, you know what?
We don't believe you, nah.
I don't need that.
He said, I'm a changed man now because I got
I'm
my
a
ass
changed
whooped.
man. I'm
We don't
educated now.
believe you. You need more people. Nah, we don't believe that at all.
So
That's
like
not how that works. Go
and,
ahead,
and,
Nita man.
and I think that's the difference. I think we don't understand how important the environment is because like growing up, I didn't know no friends. Like I didn't know no human that did never been in a fight. Growing up in Georgia, I didn't know one. I didn't know one person say, "Hey, I done went all 12 years of school and I ain't never been in a fight." Not one. Then
Mm,
I got here in Washington. They said, "Hey, you know what? We ain't never been in a fight." I started meeting people. People say, "Yeah, I ain't never been in a physical altercation," and I start asking myself. of a question. Is us whooping the whoopings that we believe in Georgia, is that causing us to be physical beings? Like, do we fight all the time? Because all of us in the South get whooping, so we want to whoop somebody. You know what I'm saying? Like, is that a correlation that since we believe heavily in physical beating our children, that our kids go out and physically beat others or they physically fight? So I started trying to ask myself that question, and gentle parenting is something that's really big in Washington, but it gotta be a hybrid. That's like each other. Like, it gotta be something that we ain't beating our kids for everything that they doing, but we understand that it's a line. Like if you sneak out the house, like where is the line that we say, hey, check this out, that if you go past this line, it might be physical abuse. Or not physical abuse, that's a horrible. It might be a whooping, or but I shouldn't whoop you on a daily basis because you didn't wash the dish. That type stuff.
Good.
Well, either
And
man.
I
Okay.
want everybody to participate in the poll. Put a 1 or a 2 in the chat, whichever one you agree with. 1 is for yes, you believe in butt whippings. 2 is you believe no, it don't work. So please participate in the poll. Put a 1 in the chat or a 2 in the chat. I believe Mark, you was trying to say something, Mark?
Yeah, I think either man. It's I don't think it's that hard of a equation, right? Your kids do something wrong. Can you correct them? Like, can you, if you had that conversation with them, like, will they listen and respond and respect you, right? Like, you should use your discernment. You know, if they're going to keep doing it, then yeah, you might have to escalate it to another, another form of discipline. But for the most part, like your kid should respect you based on your voice. Like, your voice should command all the respect that they need. Um,
Mm.
and if it, like, for example, like, if you put your son on, if I put my son on punishment, I tell him, all right, you gotta sit down over here. That nigga know not to move. You know
Or
not to
what?
move.
Because he know a whooping is possible. That's why he know
Yeah.
not to move. But no, the point that I'm making is,
Hold
I
on, hold on. Hold on before you move that. Hey, Mark, do he know that a butt whooping is possible?
I don't know if he thinks about it, but I know that he know that not to play with me,
Okay.
he,
right?
Go ahead, either man.
so this is what I'm saying is, and for me, for example, I tell my kids, if I give them a look, they know. But I understand why my wife have to whoop my kids sometimes. Cause she can say something 6 times. I know it sounds crazy. She can say something 6 times until she get to a point where she about to whoop them. That's when they want to listen. So we gotta also understand that the difference in voices from men and women. I know people don't want to talk about it, but it's not the same. Women typically have to say something more, or they have to get closer to that point where they about to whoop because the kids feel so safe with them. Versus men might be in Mark's situation. You just tell them something and they listen. What you think about
Mm,
that, Mark?
I disagree. I'm gonna let Mark answer it. But hey, to participate in the chat, you gotta type either a 1 or the number 2. 1 or 2. Everybody, please participate in the poll. Go ahead, Mark. He wants you to answer it.
Yeah. I don't think it's necessarily the voice. I think it's the seriousness. Like, I think with me it's not emotional. It's like, if you do this, then X happens, right? And I feel like maybe with women, maybe it's more emotion inside of, like, how they're reacting and stuff like that. My kids just know, like, yo, it's 1 + 1 = 2. It's no other way to slice it. You know, I think that plays a big part because I know my sister deals with, like, she whoop her kids' ass. She yell at them, all that type of consistently yelling, and she whooped their ass. And them niggas is not good. They bad. Like, so it's like, it don't fix anything. But she'll call me like, yo, can you come talk to them? Because she know if I talk to them, hey, it's a wrap.
Yeah, and then you get to a point that I think is that a kid feel like they can't do no right. This is a
Mm.
horrible place for your kid to get. If your kid feel like it doesn't matter what they do, they go get a whooping, they go do what they want to do, right? So this is why I say it gotta be a happy medium where it's like your kid processes, I did something wrong to get a whooping. My cousins growing up, they said, hey bro, let's go outside. Let's stay out to 3, 4 o'clock in the morning because we getting a whooping tomorrow regardless. If we came back at the street lights, we get a whooping if we do what we want. And so I start learning from my cousins that you don't want your kids to feel like everything ends in a whooping, regardless if they even try to do right.
That's a fact. I agree with
And
that.
listen, I don't want people to be scared to just because we might see you because you got to drop out the class to press one or two. That is okay. Just type in one or two, whether you agree with a butt whipping or you disagree with a butt whipping. One is if you agree with butt whippings. Two, if you disagree with butt whippings. I Hey, listen. In my opinion, it doesn't work. I was raised around a bunch of people that got their ass whooped all the time. They were just like too strong. Been outside, do something, get their ass whooped, and they do it again. They actually go even further because they'll do what either man just said. Like, hey, since we already missed, it's 7 o'clock. We lost track of time since we're gonna get our ass whooped anyway. We might as well play one more football game. We might as well go do one more whatever. They're gonna stay out later because they know they're gonna get their ass whooped anyway. So I don't see the beneficial to boas. And plus, they have a study that shows that the more you whoop your kid's ass, the lower IQ. You knock the IQ out of every ass whooping that you give them. That's
So,
what they said.
so this is a rule I have in my house, and my kids know this, right? I will never whoop you from telling the truth. So if you
Mm,
came home, I would never whoop my kids. And I remember some older people thought I was crazy when I said this. I said, I am not going to punish my kids for coming through. So my kids come home, Chira, and say, "Hey, man, I just lost track of time. I apologize. I tried to get here. This thing happened, and I did this, and they own up to it. I think that they
mm,
should not get whoopings for that. Now, if you lie."
mm,
Now you come on, you lie, and now you trying to deceive me. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got that yet, Sharon. I'm still trying to make it. I'm trying to make it to the other side. But I learned my kids tell so much. My kids are so truthful because they said it's a way out of this whooping if I'm just honest. And I think as parents, we got to get to this point of we can't punish them for telling the truth, even if we don't like what
mm.
they're saying.
I think that's a bar.
I agree. I'm the same way. Tell me the
Mm,
truth, and you good. But I mean, you might get a punishment. You might get in trouble, but it ain't gonna be that bad. As bad as if you lie to me. So
a physical punishment.
But I
I like
wouldn't even put you on because this is what I understand, Mark. I understand that kids are gonna make mistakes. For some reason, we feel like kids supposed to get it figured out, right? And they
mm,
and so like if a kid just said, "Hey, you know what? I just messed up." Like why is them admitting their fault not enough? So like I'm
well,
not gonna put you on punishment. I'm not gonna do all those things because now you saying, "Hey, I am growing as a little person, and I'm just trying to figure this out like
well,
you." Most
either
adults ain't got this
either
figured out.
man,
So now we want to punish
your
them for
either
not
man, your
figuring it
logic is.
out.
I think your logic is flawed here, though, right?
oh,
Because if you say
interesting.
all my kids got to do is tell me the truth, and I ain't gonna whoop their ass, then I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I want to do, and I'm gonna tell you I did it.
No, see, what I'm saying is I'm not saying you acknowledging that you did something, you also acknowledging your fault. We saying it's a level of humility, a level of apologizing for my actions. I'm not
So
saying that you just say,
I'm gonna
I'm not
apologize.
just no, listen, that's the point.
Hey, hey, hold on to that. I think this is something that we have to address, either man. So many people use this Bible verse in the wrong way. This Bible verse is not about putting your hands on your children. That is not what this thing is about.
Sharon, that's the blood of all truth right there.
I don't know why people keep trying to use this piece of a verse to give them an excuse to whoop their child ass. That is not what this means. Read the verse in its in totality. Read before and read after, and go, and then you'll realize that this verse does not mean go ahead and whip your child's
So
ass.
so let's dive
Please.
into it just quick. So spare the rod. So what the rod was done used to what they're talking about is the sheep and the shepherd, right? So that rod was used for a lot of things. It was to lead and guide the shepherd. I mean the sheep. It was to show the sheep into the way. That rod is so complex, and which is true. They says that if the sheep did something wrong, the rod might use some physical touch with the sheep to get them back into line. I get what people are saying, but it was just so much deeper than just hitting your kids. So, but it's not excluded for hitting your kids either. and hard
but
play.
it's not for whooping your kid's
No,
ass.
no, it wasn't.
So
It
and
wasn't designed to. It wasn't designed for it. Even though it's a possibility a
right,
shepherd could have did that. That is true.
right,
Man,
right.
we got some
That's what
tough-headed kids out here. You can talk to them all day. That ain't gonna help anything. You can sit here
it
and say all the
does.
praises you want. It's not gonna help. All right. You
When
know
did
what
you
does
start
help?
talking to them? That's what see. If you start talking to them at 13, yes, you might be right with your statement. But if I start talking to
Mm.
my kid at 18 months, 12 months, like we start having these conversations on their level, and I start advancing that conversation as they grow, I think they will be receiving of the conversation.
You gotta understand there are
Absolutely.
some tough-headed kids. That ain't gonna help shit. 8 years old, 5 years old is not gonna help anything.
Well, I mean, if that's your belief, we cannot argue your belief. However, facts and stats prove your commentary otherwise, right? It's scientific facts of children that get their ass whooped. They are the ones that become more hard headed. They're the ones that's more difficult in life. They have less conflict resolution. They the ones that have an issue with putting hands on other people. That's just what science has proved. They are the ones. Majority of the people that's in jail, they got their ass whooped. It is
Because
what
they
it
the
is.
tough-headed ones.
Now, narratives and dialogue, 1701 with the father eyes. Either man, stop projecting like the entire ATL school system is like prison or East Lake Meadows, Capitol Homes, Bankhead, etc. You reaching. Kwafi Nino.
All right, so first of all, I don't know why he put Bankhead because Bankhead was one of the worst areas until they just. Hello, can you hear me still?
Yeah, we get you.
Yeah, so Bankhead, like if you talk about over there by Club Crucial, and you talk about what DC Young Fly was at, Bankhead was horrible. Just because they gentrified it and it's better now doesn't mean that like it wasn't bad. That's the first thing. But
But
no,
that's what either man. I think that's what he was saying that those places hard, but don't act as if the entire ATL is moved, or the entire Georgia is moving like those tough
what?
areas.
Well, no, I think so. It's the fact that New York, right? So people say, well, Brooklyn ain't bad, then they start talking about Harlem, right? That's not really Brooklyn. You know what I'm saying? Like people talk about Atlanta, the West End, they'll talk about Atlanta. They say, well, you know, Stone Mountain ain't that bad. And I was like, Stone Mountain ain't Atlanta. Let's be clear, like, that's not Atlanta. If you're from there, like, just because you close, like, you know what I mean? The outside
Yeah,
skirts of Atlanta's bad. I'm just telling you right now.
I mean, Stone Mountain is Jamaica.
Yeah. So that's the point that I'm making is it is places on the outer skirts that we would say, but typically if you understand zones in Atlanta, most of the zones are bad. Now you might have little valleys of peaks of places that might be not the norm, but most schools in Atlanta is bad, without a doubt.
Okay, we need more people to participate in the chat. All you gotta do is put a 1 or a 2 in the chat to participate in the poll. We only got 6 votes. Y'all gotta do better, god damn it.
And put some
Too
color.
strong.
Put some color in that chat also.
Yes, get some color in the chat. That's what we need as well. That would be much appreciated. Salute to everybody that's been participating in the show. Thank y'all so much. It means a lot. We got to encourage other people to participate. Don't be afraid. We ain't gonna bite unless that's what you like. But too strong. The issue is, and we're gonna pass it to Nidus in a second. The issue is that you keep saying that those kids are hard-headed and that's why they got beat. But the issue is that they hard-headedness did not stop because of a beating. They kept on doing what they doing regardless of a beating. And that's the issue that I have with business. So it shows and proves that you need a different tactic other than an ass whooping.
Nah, the ass whooping gonna work exactly for them kids. Listen here. Back in my days, hey, if you wanted to keep them girls inside, guess what you did? You gave them ass whooping. And guess what they did? Stay the behinds inside. I ain't going out to that party. My mama gonna beat me. Nah, keep them ass whoopings going around. That's what's gonna
No,
keep
that's
them from the
crazy.
streets.
No, I
Sharon, it
don't know
worked for
about
me.
that.
Ass whoopings work for me. I mean,
Damn,
How,
mine is woke already.
how can you prove that ass whoopings work for you, Mont?
cause they kept me from doing things. It's like, yo, oh, I won't do this because I'll get my ass whooped, so I'm gonna not do
That
that.
My respectfully, that was you. That wasn't an ass whooping.
No,
No, I
I
think
wanted to do the shit.
yeah, I think it works for some people. Just like I think jail work for some people. But some
Here's
people say
here,
jail don't work for nobody. I know people who done went to jail and they ain't never going back. Like, listen, they rather die by police than go back to jail. So that's what I'm saying. It does work for some people, but does it work for the majority? Nah,
e-
majority of the
e-
people who get their butt whooped, they gonna do what they want to do still.
either man, they got to be a twofold thing. You have to be the example with the whooping. Don't whoop me and
Mm,
say, do as I say and not as I do. No, you're showing me to be like you. But if you be the example and then you discipline me, then it makes sense.
Yeah, like
mm,
If you're not the example of the thing you want me to be, no, you just whooping me.
yeah,
You're doing the thing you're telling me not to do and telling me don't do what I did. That's bad. Be the example of the thing you want me to be, then it looks a little bit more like love. It
that's
don't look like
facts.
mm.
love when you're doing the thing that you're beating me for.
Facts.
Yeah, I agree
That's
with
a
that.
bar. I seen somebody whoop
That
their
was a
kids for
bar.
smoking weed, and they smoke weed every day. How you gonna whoop your kid for smoking weed and you smoke weed every day?
Mm.
One of
They need to ask because pretty much what you telling your kids that you need to ask whooping too.
the most toxic thing you can tell a kid is do as I say and not as I do.
And so, too strong. My question to you, since you think ass whoopings work, when do ass whoopings supposed to stop?
Shoot, never. You can still
That's
get an ass
crazy.
whooping there when you 60. What you talking about? Don't
That's
say
crazy.
he'll come and whoop that behind.
Wait,
I
wait,
better
wait.
never hear him talk about
But
police brutality
either man,
ever
either
in my
man,
life.
either man. Let's stay right there. So somebody should still be whooping on you, whatever your name is, right?
Too strong is his name. Too strong.
Yeah,
You too
somebody,
so too strong. Somebody should still be whooping on you.
yeah, we need to whoop him right
Don't
now. You
matter
hear how he
no.
talking?
Don't matter no, but
Let me say this. Let me say this. I think them whooping that whole whooping thing should stop very early. Very
Mm.
early. Once we get past the tapping somebody on the hand we shouldn't be race car tracks, extension cords, switches.
Damn.
No,
Damn.
that's abuse. So
Mm.
I'm saying probably about 10 years old.
Mm.
You know the
At the
thing, you know
center.
the thing that held me back a lot too strong. I didn't want to disappoint my grandmother. I don't want to
Ooh.
disappoint my mama.
Mm.
Love
That's
is way
another bar.
stronger than whippings.
Yeah,
Ooh. Disappointment. Oh, that is a bar. Is disappointment stronger than the actual ass whooping? That is a really good question. Let me read this Cash App real quick. That is a really good question. When mask off, it reveals vulnerability and uncomfort. Bar. So we can start with Mont. First, we go Mont, either man, too strong, and then we welcome Happy in with the conversation. She could join in right then. So, is disappointment a stronger tool than an ass whooping starting with Mont?
If I'm being honest, I don't think it is. I think it's a great
Mm,
tool, but I think for most children, that threat of I think children do need a healthy fear of their parents, right?
mm,
Sorry, somebody called me. Yeah, I think most children need a healthy fear of their parents. Um, so I think that comes with the threat of a potential ass whooping.
mm.
That's
Either man.
not what I meant by disappointment.
now
I
you
saw
I
I
wasn't
saw
I was I
somebody,
wasn't talking about disappointment. I was talking about
yeah, but
but he
with
ass
asked you a
whoopings.
question
no.
about disappointment.
So
Yeah,
No,
that's
to
a good.
answer the question, okay, he said what he said. That was his answer. Let's go around and we'll come back. So
Okay.
I don't know why we want to argue with people answer. That's what they believe, right? But I think disappointment is 10 times more effective than ass whooping, but most people
Wow.
can never get to that point. Most people are
Mm,
not respected by their kids enough that they feel disappointed. But you absolutely, I remember when like my grandma would look at my cousin was so bad. Ah, he was so bad. my grandma would look at him and she would look shame in her face and he would feel so low. I didn't understand how somebody could beat him and he just like, hey, it is what it is. He cry, he don't cry, he keep it moving. But being able to feel like he wasn't meeting the standard, and
Mm,
this is big in the Asian culture. Like you did not meet
it
that
is.
standard. If you're not meeting the standard of the family, it's almost like a level of shame that makes you just want to meet that standard. So I agree.
Okay, you the man.
Can I add a little bit more to it? Uh,
Absolutely.
my grandmother never whooped me ever. But here's the thing: I used to see her on Sunday morning, open all the windows, let sunlight in the house, play her church music. She would read her newspaper. She would play her gospel. She, it was her herself, the person that she was. She was
Mm,
very soft. I never heard my grandmother yell ever.
awesome. That's dope.
So it was the person that she was that I didn't want to disappoint. Now the people that
Mm,
whooped me, it was different. But the
wow.
people that I had love for were loving people. So that's who I didn't want to disappoint. So when I say not disappoint these people, because they had understanding with me, they had patience with me, they talked to me, they sat down with me, they helped me learn how to read. They had all kind of book. They just were not these angry whoopers.
When you say the
That, that's
people,
that, that
when you
that's an
say the
important
people that
part
beat
to
you,
add in, right? Is that so they very existence of who they are is what got him to feel disappointment. So the angry person whooping your ass is like it's kind of expected. But if the person that's always loving and responses to me and do all these great things, if that person do nothing but show me love, I don't want to disappoint the person that's always showing me love. I want to be always just like similar to them, be the best version of myself because you start to understand how difficult it is to be the best version of yourself. And so you don't want to disappoint that person that is working through all those things. That's a good
but
caveat to add to
Sharon,
it. Uh,
you do
I
understand
appreciate
that.
it. Let me read this
Okay,
super chat and I'm gonna pass it to my Too Strong and Happy. Perfect VA Niners. You're getting sleepy.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, Mike.
no, I think disappointment is a part of an ass whooping. Like I don't think
Mm-mm.
you can remove both of them. Like it's absolutely a part of it. It comes
I
with
do
it.
not agree. Everybody that's we want y'all to support the poll. Type a 1 in the chat or type the number 2 in the chat to be a part of the poll. I absolutely think that whoopings is out of anger. It don't have no disappointment in it, in my opinion. I'm pretty sure you can find at least one ass whooping that got disappointment in it. So nothing's 100%. However, the vast majority of ass whoopings is out of anger. It don't have no disappointment in it whatsoever, in my opinion.
Mm. Yeah, I guess if we talking about those like bad parents, like yeah,
Because I
Mm.
believe you should never whoop your kids angry.
I
Wow.
agree. Yeah, I
Like I
agree.
like if I'm frustrated, angry, I won't talk to them. I make sure that I'm rational because I don't want to go overboard. I don't want to be
Mm.
expressing my anger on you, right? I want you to
Mm.
understand that this is not something you're not getting in trouble because I'm angry. You get in trouble because it's your fault. Like you did something. And so I
Mm.
think some people don't understand that from a parent point of view.
Okay. Too strong. Do you think disappointment is a stronger tool than an ass whooping?
Let me just say, all that sentimental bullshit ain't gonna help these kids out here. All right, these street kids is not gonna help them. They don't care about that emotional feeling. Man, you can throw that in the garbage. Let me tell you something. All right, back in my days when I was running the streets, these kids had some of the best parents in the world. I'm talking about the kindest, sweetest, most loving, most caring. They'll do anything in the world for their kids. These kids were bad as hell. Ass whooping is definitely the way because that's what kept they behind inside.
So now with that being said, too strong. Do you believe majority of kids that come from a what you said that kind of household two parents, they doing everything, they bend over backwards for their child. Are you saying majority of those children are going to turn out being running the streets?
Tough-headed. Yeah. Yeah, if you got a tough-headed one, you better keep that belt to their behind.
No, you missed. No. I said the majority of those parents that you just described. Do you think majority of those parents are going to have children that's going to go outside and be disrespectful and run the streets?
Well, I mean, it doesn't really matter about the parents. It's all about the kid. That's the whole
But you
thing
still got
about
to
it. Because
answer.
you can have great parents, but that doesn't mean that your kid's going to turn out to be great.
That's fine, but we talking about majority, minority. Is it a majority of people that comes from good households are going to be good, or a majority of kids that come from these good households without assholes, they're going to turn out to be bad?
Hey, I gotta say it depends, my brother. I can't say one or the other.
I understand it depends, but still, the scale got to lean towards one of the directions.
I mean, shoot, we could take a poll and 1,000 people going to say yes or
No, but I
no.
want to
But
know. I
guess
want to know
what?
what's.
Still depends.
I said, what if it got stats that prove that parents that don't put their hands on their kids and that treat them with love, understanding, and respect, those children typically do not fall to the wayside and become hard-headed human beings. What do you say about that?
Shoot, what I gotta say is NBA YoungBoy concert was pretty big, so I don't know. I don't know about that. One of the largest
but
out
you're
there.
choosing one person, but we're not talking about one person.
No, I'm not saying one person. I'm saying his concert, like that's a large majority of people that went. That's a lot of degenerate kids that went out there. So it's not like they don't have good parents. So we got to realize that.
So hold on. So just so I can be clear, so a bunch of kids going to a concert is considered degenerate.
Yeah, shoot, those type of kids are degenerates. All right, those are the gunslinging, selling everything underneath the seat, everything.
Yeah, but that's not the majority of people that's going to his concert.
Exactly.
Oh, shoot,
And
who
we
else
have
is going to this concert?
We have to understand statistics. So let's talk about it. So they say we're 14% of the population, right? It's like about 42 million of us. And we're 50%, 50% of the jail population. But when we actually look at the numbers, it's actually less than 10% of us that's in jail. So if you really look at it, the majority of people of color haven't fought, haven't been to jail, aren't violent. So what y'all be doing is talking about y'all anecdotal experience. And that's not the realistic thing about who we are as a people. And let me say again, the people who I didn't want to disappoint never touched me. My grandmothers never whooped me. I was more concerned about disappointing them than the people that actually whooped me. Now, when I got whooped with race car tracks, switches, extension cords, beat to blood. I hated, I was angry with them people. Them wasn't the people I was concerned about disappointing. It was the people that never touched me that I was more concerned about disappointing.
All right, but that's still not stopping badass kids. But let's pass it on to Happy, though. I want to hear from Happy.
Happy had dropped. She got a phone call. But no, the issue is that like we could easily point out a single person that it didn't help. But when we talk about the totality, we have more laws that is restricting parents from putting their hands on children, right? Also, crime is down tremendously. So that's also not saying that is necessarily, but goddamn, that's a crazy stat to say that now that we have laws that's protecting ass whoopings, also we have less people committing these hard-headed crimes as well. It's just a strange correlation, in my opinion. I don't know how that happened, but it did.
No, just a generation got softer. That's all it is.
The people that are committing crimes are the loud, squeaky wheel, but they're a minority of us.
Right.
Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact.
It's just when they wild out, they wild out.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so we got to understand that just because one person will come out and just be hard headed and do some wild stuff means that one person is example why we should say we should whip people's ass. That's crazy talk. That is not a solution.
Nah. I'm fighting for the hard-headed kids. Keep them hard heads inside by whooping they behind.
Yeah,
The
but
softy ones,
the issue, but the issue is, right, we having a conversation about like what facts and stats are showing. Do you understand that scientists said that the more you whip your kids, the lower their IQ becomes?
I'm gonna tell you straight up, those hard-headed kids were not caring about school in the first place. So even though they were saying that those kids who got ass whoopings, their test scores, were low, those kids were not caring about school in the first place.
No, you misunderstood what I said. I said they got lower IQ. IQ is not about test scores in school. So your intelligence level got lower. So it means that the more you got your ass whooped, the more defense mechanisms you have for survival, which entails that you have less thinking ability to think your way out of situations, right? So your IQ get lower because now you have a resolution for just physicalness. You think that you could physically get out of things instead of think your way out. So you have lower IQ. Not necessarily you did good on the SAT. SAT is different from IQ. So scientists have supposedly proved that you are lowering your child's IQ. Why would you want to go ahead and purposefully lower your child's IQ?
Because that is a badass kid who needs his ass whooping. They're not gonna care about school in the first place. You gotta teach them, hey yo, get your behind in school. Stay in school.
Hold on. All right, so too strong. Are you talking to your opinion, a fact? Which one?
I'm speaking truth and facts right here.
All right, so when I'm giving you,
what they gonna do?
So if that's the case, when I'm giving you a truth and a fact, why are you ignoring it?
I'm not ignoring it, Sharon.
It's crazy. I clearly just said me as an anecdotal experience, and every study that's out here saying that the more loving you are to a child, the more patient you are to a child, the more you are the example of what you want your child to be, they learn better from that than you beating them. What you do when you beat them is teach them violence.
Those are good kids, so you treat them differently from the hard-headed ones. You can't treat everything the same way and think you're going to get the same result.
But that's not what we. So hold on. So you think communicating with somebody is treating everybody the same? Yeah,
I believe everybody should have the same chance, though.
You can hear us, Edelman? You can hear me? Edelman, you want to have to drop and come back? Yeah. I'm gonna kick Edelman myself because I don't think he can hear or see us. Okay, he dropped. So the problem too strong. What is it about communicating with somebody that is having a personal problem you think is the same? How's that the same?
Well, it's not that it's not the same. It's just that different people take different things, Some people,
right,
just
so
like Edelman said, some people need prison. Some people need
I don't want to conflate this. So if I'm talking to you a certain way and I'm talking to Edelman a certain way, do you think those two are the same?
Yeah, those are the same, but they're not going to get the same results.
But it's not the same. If I talk to Nidus aggressively and I talk to you with love, those two things are not the same.
No, it's all about the results. Because sometimes that person needs that tough-headedness.
Okay, so if it's about results, deal with the results that Knight was saying, that children that gets love, and name the things again, Knight, one more time.
I said love, patience, understanding. Like my grandmother used to read with me, Bible, whatever. She used to, on Sunday morning, open all the windows in the house, play gospel music, sip her tea, sit there and just sometimes not even talk, just be there. Then I had family members, not very much, that was about discipline, but I didn't see the love side. So all you're doing is being violent towards me. All you're doing is telling me you have to do this. I will listen to my grandmother quicker than I will listen to those people that was beating me.
Okay, so now he uses anecdotal and he used stats to also back it up. So he used the stats and he also used his anecdotal to so it could be a full circle. Are you disagreeing with those facts?
No, I'm not disagreeing with those facts, but that's because he was a good kid.
No. I kind of get. I kind of
There's
get
a
what
whole difference between a good kid and a hard-headed badass kid. There's a whole difference. Some
Yeah,
will
it's
care about the sentimental.
Okay, so what's
Others
the difference
won't.
between how do a kid become tall headed?
That's who they are.
no, that's not true.
They have their own personalities when they come out.
No,
You got to
it's
realize that part.
it's taught. It is a taught behavior. I was doing this study my last year in college. I was doing this study about how important what you say to your kids is, right? And it was talking about if you tell your kids that they're bad, they will become bad. If you tell your kids that they are good, they'll become good. And I know people don't think that it can be that simple, but even if your kid has been bad, you saying this is a good kid, this is a good kid, you make good decisions. Like talking to your kids and actually reprogramming their mind that they're good versus bad, a lot of that have a lot to do with how we program our kids. That's why I
Mm.
can take
Let me,
I get go ahead.
let me also welcome into the show for the first time, OG Wisdom. Good day to you, OG Wisdom. What is your thoughts on what we are communicating?
Hey guys, how y'all doing this morning?
We're doing well, thank you.
Good, sir.
My bad. Yo, I feel like
You good?
discipline is a hard thing, man. I'm a little older. I know Mr. Knight's a little older. I come from the old school, man. I got my butt whooped. But my mother did it in love, you dig? So for me, it worked, right? And there's a lot of different angles that we can take in regards to discipline, but love should be number one. If love is missing, you're not going to be able to do anything with these
Mm,
kids. You dig? So I I come from a different space, man. I've worked in positive youth development for the last 20 years. So I've worked
mm,
with kids. I've worked with the hardest of kids. I've worked with kids that have no parents, kids that have been murdered, or parents have
mm,
been murdered. Uh, there's a lot of different ways that you have to deal with disciplining children. And I don't know who that gentleman was that was just speaking. And I think he was right on because I kind of missed what was said before that. But he had mentioned that you got to deal with the individual, the child. And my mother had 8 kids, and we had what, 4 different fathers in my family. None of the men
mm,
were around. None of the men were around. So my mother had responsibility in project housing to figure out how she was going to raise these kids, right? And so for us, and I also heard you mention too, I think it was you, Sharon, that talked about, the respect of the adult or understanding maybe the position that adult is in as well. So
mm,
for me and my brothers, it was about how do we protect my mama, right?
mm,
And so for me, choices that I made and things that I got into, albeit I was in a gang, I'm from the west side of the country. And albeit we dipped and dabbed in all the things that we got into, the main protection that or the protection factor that I had for my mother was because of the love that she had for me. And I knew
mm,
that the way that she protected and provided for us, I had to do the same for her. Even at a young age, I felt that responsibility. But what I do agree with is that as an individual, I remember my mother, I played college basketball as well, right? And I had
awesome.
my younger brother, he was a little more hard-headed, right? He wasn't as, in line with things or didn't really care about a lot of things that I did. And we were more closer in age. So I remember I was playing ball one year. I was in middle school and I was jacking up, messed up in my grades, wasn't doing things, clowning, whatever. And my mother, the day before the first game, my mother said, you know what? I just heard some stuff was going down. And we used to iron our basketball jerseys up before the game back in the day, right? I was cleaning them up, ready to go. And my mom said, you know what? I'm glad you cleaned this jersey up because you're taking it back and you're not going to be playing this season. I'm pissed off, right? I'm hurt. I'm mad. Basketball was my first love. A couple of years later, my little brother come around, same type of stuff he get into. She let him play, right? I'm like, Mom, what's up with that? She was like, I can't treat you the same way I treat him. Y'all got two different personalities. Y'all got two different, DNA, where we came from. You have got to deal with these kids on an individual basis because it may have been one thing that influenced that child that made them act the way that they act. And that could be male or female. Some girl, if she got touched in the wrong way at a certain age, it may make her react to things differently. And so if you don't understand or take the time or pump the brakes long enough to find out or understand what may have influenced this child, you're never going to get the results that you want. So love to me is the common denominator that has to be done across the board, albeit there's ebbs and flows. And of course, there's different things that will play into that in regards to how these children might turn out or come out. But man, I've even seen it with older kids that I've mentored, man. I run into young cats and they like, yo, Mr. Chuck, what's up, man? Man, I ain't seen you in years. And these kids were locked up, about to do big time. And they're like, yo, man, just you loving on me and taking that time to spend with me that I didn't get, man, it changed the way I decided to live the rest of my life. And so for me, with my kids, I've got kids now and my kids are grown. And one of the things that I did with my kids was I didn't want to have to whoop them like I got whooped because I got my butt whooped a lot. I'm talking about out in public, down the street. I got a broom broken on my back before from my mother. And I know she was only trying to protect us, but she didn't know. She was trying to do the best she could to keep us from dying or going to jail. And so when you understand what these losses could mean for a child, some of these parents or single parents, mothers in particular, they have to try any and everything to protect that child. And I know that's what my mother did to me. And for us, it's just that she had to learn how to deal with us as individuals because we were not going to do everything. I wasn't going to do the same thing my older brother did. And my sisters, they were a little different, And so, I think you got to take all of this on an individual basis. And you got to know your child and you got to know your kids. I didn't have to whoop my kids. Why? Because they love me and they respect me. I gave my son 2 whoopings his whole life. I gave my daughter a whooping once. And the only thing I told her is that I got a responsibility. And I know you guys were talking about the rod, spare the rod, spoil the child. I was the one that posted that comment. And the guy was right about the sheep and all of that and how that plays. I'm just saying that there's some people that just refuse to use that as an option. And I think that's not right because your child may need it. So for me, my daughter, I just told her, yo, for all of us who have kids, we have a responsibility to put our kids on a trajectory. I tell my kids, you're the arrow, I'm the one shooting the doggone bow. And if I can get you at a trajectory as best I can while I got you in my space, the better successful you're going to be. And so I've got to do everything I can to be able to put them on that trajectory and shoot them, shoot for the stars.
We got to have a time. We got to have a timer, Sharon. God damn it. What the fuck just happened right now?
Hey, dog, this is something I'm passionate about. I feel you. I like you too, Knight, man. You my guy. I've seen you and been following all of y'all, man. And one thing, I'm going to give all y'all props because y'all do good work on here, man. So I appreciate
you. I know either man wanted to address a couple of things that you said. So try to and attempt to. I know you had a lot to say, OG. That's why I wanted to give you the space to get most of it out. But try to have a little bit more brevity when you communicate your point. Go ahead, either man.
Yeah, so it's a couple things and this is the danger that I think we fell into in the Black community, right? We try to replace a father with a whooping, right? You needed a father, not a whooping. Like that's what you needed. And even when you start going into your story, you said these young men that was on a bad check, you didn't put your hands on them young men that was out in the community. You loved them, right?
That's right.
They also needed a father. What I believe is we did an overcorrection inside of the black community. We said, since the man is not there, I am going to try to be able to physically make him feel like he have a present, and then that lack of absence of him having a father or being loved by a man was still there. That's why in people's stories they still said, I still joined the gang, I still did all these things, is because the whooping in Sharon Point didn't fix the problem. What it did is it just buried the problem that most men don't want to talk about, not having the father that they needed, and they felt like something was missing. So I agree with you. I do think that it needs to be on the table, but it should be something in your arsenal that you should barely use, if used at any. So I do agree that it should be on the table.
Facts.
Yeah, but E, if
Go ahead,
you
Knight. Go ahead, Knight.
yeah, so E, if you my father and on Saturdays we go fishing and you sit down and talk with me and you tell me that I'm special and blah blah blah, that's gonna trump all that hitting me and beating me and whooping me and whatever else. I'm not gonna want to let you down, because the patience, the understanding, the love from my older man with me, that's what makes a difference. So in my life, that person was my little brother father. My little brother father used to sit down with me, talk to me, tell me whatever else, blah, blah, blah. My actual father was a little bit of a player, you know what I'm saying? He wasn't around that much. But my little brother father used to always hang out with us. So I didn't want to disappoint him. I didn't want to disappoint my grandmothers. And all of that had nothing to do with getting whooped or beat. Now, was I on the street? Yes. Did I do some whatever? Yeah, because that's just you going through rites of passage, trying to figure out who you are. But while I was doing those things, I always remember what Charles said to me, my little brother father. I always remember what my grandmother said to me. I knew I wasn't going to go too far with this, that, or the other, because they patience, they understanding, they loving, they compassion. Yeah, I think that trumps any whooping.
I agree.
Wow.
I agree.
So and I think that's what men need to have a conversation. This is a dope conversation. Hey, we understand that the reason these kids are acting out is not because they need more whoopings. We done gave them enough whoopings. What they need is us to be present. And this is where I start thinking that people, I remember I was having this conversation. I got a lot of pushback here in Washington. I start mentoring young men that's not my kids. And it's like, that's not your response. And other men was mad about it. Like, why you spending time with my son? Because you ain't. That's why I spend a whole bunch of time with your son. But that's neither here or there. But I started doing these things, and I was getting all these pushbacks. And then I do think that the son might have went overboard, because he was saying that he'd rather be with me than his father. And I wasn't trying to replace his father. That's not what I was trying to do, right? But we need to get to this point as we say, when are we gonna start loving our young men again? Because if we can start loving our young men again, I believe the majority of things that we complain about in our community, from my perspective, can be alleviated. And I know it's outliers. It's people like Nidish gonna need a whooping every now and then. I know it's some people, but it should be a rare thing. It shouldn't be a daily thing.
Facts. Facts.
Great point. Let me also welcome into the show Kasim. Good day, Kasim. How you doing? Good to see you. What is your thoughts?
What's up, you guys? Nightish, OG, Edaman, and whoever's on the panel. This is a really good conversation, and I think it really boils down to generations of raising children. And as OG Wisdom was speaking, I resonated a lot with his aspect, right? Because I'm a Gen Xer. I was born in the 70s, and it was a different time when it really came to survival and the moms doing the best that they could. I was a child. I was the only child. I got whooped. I got the wind knocked out of me. I got all of those things when it came to discipline and correction. And as a child, I really didn't understand it, but I followed directions. If they told me not to do something, I went, caught up my way, and I got, corrected for it. But I never did those things again. And when I finally got to be an adult and I have my own children, I didn't discipline them the same way that I was disciplined, right? Yes, I did. There's a couple times where they got scolded, but not to the point where the way I got scolded, punches and whips and things like that. But there was a little bit of talking to them in a certain way, right? Because I didn't want them to think that that was going to be the way to correct things by going through violence, just as you guys have explained. So I think that it is an individual thing, as OG Wisdom has said, because different children learn different ways. And I have three boys. I did not correct every single one of them the same way. There was different ways where I had to communicate to them differently in order for them to get the response that I wanted, out of them. And sometimes I had to be a little bit firmer with the middle one versus the younger one, or even the older one. So, as OG said, you definitely do have to learn your children and personalities and make those corrections because, as he said, we all want the best for them when they're under our wings. We can guide them in the direction as straight as possible. But, however, once we release them, they're on their way to go.
Mm.
Well said.
Great way to bring that analogy back, too, by the way. That was a great way to bring that analogy back. That
Well
was
said.
awesome. OG, I don't know if you want to jump in, but I think that is something that's not said out loud a lot. Each child that you have do not get the same parent.
Facts.
I think when I was growing up, and I guess for all of us, because we seem like we all in the same ideology, that parents back in the days think that it was just one way to raise children, and all of the children going to get the same results. And I think now we have higher education on what children individually needs. That each child got to get a different parent. It ain't no one dad fits all the children. No, I got to be this kind of dad for this child, and this child over here, I'm gonna have to be this kind of dad for that child. And if I get questioned by one of the childs, I gotta be able to express the reason why I'm parenting this one different from this one, and not just be having so-called favoritism. I don't have a favorite child. So just because I'm harder on you versus this one, it doesn't mean that one's my favorite. I just have to parent that child differently from you because of the personality. Nothing to do with favoritism.
Nah, I think it's definitely favorite kids. Y'all can say what y'all want to say. I know my sister was the favorite. I'll give it.
I think you're right. It does happen. And even as your kids get older, there's some that, kind of stay closer to home or come back around. And there's some kids that, want to go out there and do their thing and live their life and bump their head and figure things out. And that's okay too. And I think it ends up coming out in the wash, right? Because, like with my mother, she didn't know in the midst of the chaos and the being broke and not having food and all the stuff that she was concerned about in raising all these kids, how we were going to turn out. All she saw was my friends, my buddies getting arrested and folks getting killed and stuff that was happening around us that she didn't want for me, right? And so what you hope and what we don't know and what is not guaranteed is how that child will end up turning out, right? And that could be related to a lot of different things, right? Because there may be things in your DNA that you have no idea that may come out in the wash in a kid that may be mental health related. That may be a lot of things in there medically that you have no idea that may be attached to a child that may come out later. So I think as parents, especially in our Black community, we have got to just stay active. We've got to stay engaged, because if we don't, we're going to end up at the end of the day going, wow, I wish I would have did this different. I wish I would have did something. But some folks ain't doing nothing. And all they doing is whooping. And that's a problem. And that's why I say love has got to be the common denominator, because at the end of the day, your kids are going to let you know exactly how you handle them when they get older.
Woo!
You know what, OG?
That's a fact. That's a fact.
I remember the first time that I realized that there was a difference. When my grandmother was alive, I was I think this was before I had my kids, and I was over at my grandmother's house, and grandma was in the kitchen and she was cooking. And then my little nieces and nephews came in there, right? And they had a little slick mouth and they was talking back to grandma. So I'm looking back. So I'm covering my face because I'm
Right,
thinking,
right.
you know what I'm saying? Like the pan was gonna come to, I'm back up and nothing happened. And I'm like, Grandma, why you let him get away with it? If that was me, I'd have been them on the floor with it. She was like, I can't raise them the way that I raised you, Kasim. I have to speak to them differently the way that I spoke to you. Because we understood that we can't always, doing things and stuff like that with these younger nieces. And it
But but
in
you
the
know what
beginning I
that
didn't
but
understand it, but as I kind of went on, I kind of got it. And that was a springboard for me to be like, hey, like, you know what? I have to raise my kids in a particular way to get the best results.
and can see it's one thing that we don't talk about. Some of the parents realized that what they did was not right.
It was
Facts,
wrong. Yeah,
It
facts,
they
was
was
wrong.
wrong.
So
facts,
a lot of
right,
times when they say, "Hey, I can't do what I did with you because I was wrong. I'm just
right,
too prideful to tell you that I
right,
shouldn't be beating you like I was beating you."
right.
That's what it is.
Well,
So that's why
grandma,
they don't beat their grandkids. It's because it's
Facts.
not that y'all different. Everybody think y'all so different. They said, "Man, nah, you know what? I was wrong." But I'm gonna correct it now. I'm not gonna keep doing wrong, but I'm gonna be too prideful to say I was wrong when I was when you was growing up.
I
I
like
think grandma was too old and she had the strength no more. The follow through
No,
didn't
no,
go all the way that way.
no. She understood she was wrong the way she did you, and she not gonna continue to do the same thing. But you remember, if I'd
Oh
have
yeah.
did
Mm.
this, so you wanted to be wrong too. You wanted to say, wait a minute, I used to get my tail tapped coming in this kitchen acting wild. No, it's just and a lot of people had that issue with their grandparents. They say, now if that would have been me, but why y'all can't let her have that growth? And you had the same growth. We didn't deserve a lot of that stuff that we went through. We went through it.
That's true.
But them older people now is saying, you know, like I remember going to my great grandmother's house on my father's side, and I used to mess with her organ. She had an organ in the living room. And my father was like,
Mhm.
Mm.
don't touch that. And she would come down and say, let that boy play with that organ.
Mm.
Leave him alone.
All right.
And he's thinking about, when I used to try to mess with it, I used to get a whoop about. She's older now. She's more mature now. She understands that if you have a curiosity, let him have his curiosity. He might be a musician.
facts,
Mm.
A lot of
facts,
adults will destroy your dreams. Maybe you want
facts,
to play the organ. Maybe you
facts.
want to play the guitar. Maybe you want to play drums. Maybe you want to sing. A lot of them older people say, you can't sing. And them older people say, that was not a good thing. I stop.
Facts,
Mm.
I stop you from living your dream. That's what
facts,
when you get older, you get better.
facts.
Mm.
And you know what? That's right on time, Knight. And one thing I want to connect. I know y'all talk about a lot of different subjects on here. A lot of y'all cross promote on y'all different YouTube channels. I try to drop in and peep y'all. And a lot of stuff we talking about with women, men, and masculinity, and women, trying to take all this stuff, conversations y'all have. Something we gotta understand is that we fighting against each other for no reason. And what we need to understand is this: historically, as black folks coming out of slavery, we're doing the best we can with what we have, and we're not that too far away from the 60s. All right, having voting rights and everything else. And so we got to understand that we're on this timeline of maturation as a culture, as a black community, right? And so we
Mm.
had parents that were doing things back in my mama's days where it was just expected that you was gonna be molested by some nigga in your family. You dig? This
Goddamn.
shit, this stuff was just going down. So what has happened and I think that what has kind of maybe hurt us in a way and has helped is that some folks have gone to the extreme where they say, you know what, I ain't giving no whoopings and I'm not gonna do none of this. But we gotta chew the meat and spit out the bones in regards to how we live in life and how we're making choices. We can't just assume that one way is the only way and that it's my way or the highway. We've got to be able to understand context in regards to our past and history, and maybe how that could be affecting us now and in the future.
So, OG, let me ask you this. Um, I speak to a lot of young kids out here. You know, the little youngest that's running around here. They're in their 20s and stuff like that, and they sort of kind of look up to me because I got little bit of stuff going on, and I try to do the right thing. Um, do you think that there's a way that we communicate to the younger generation that can really make a difference in their lives to where they're not looking at us with bitterness and resentment and not faulting us for how they are? What three ways would you communicate with them in order to get them to realize that there are better ways to do things?
First of all, young people see through the bullshit. So if you're dealing with any young person, just understand that whatever you coming at them with, they're gonna be seeing through your bullshit. So you gotta come up, you gotta show up and be authentic. The second thing is that you gotta admit where those things were wrong. So it's like, for me, I same with you. I talk with young people every day. I talk with you. I've been doing it for years, conferences, all that. And the biggest thing the young people want to hear is us say, you know what? I did some of this same crust stuff and it was wrong. I learned that the hard way that this wasn't the right way. So a lot of times it's just meeting these young people where they at. That's all they want. They want somebody to meet them where they at, love them where they at, and walk alongside them where they're going.
Why would you think there was a disconnect in that in our generation, Xers? Why do you think we have a difficult time doing that?
In regards as children or for younger people?
For us as adults, communicating in that way, humbling ourselves and saying, "Hey, man, you know what? I was out there in the streets too. I did the same thing that you did," and admitting that it was wrong. Why do you think that we have a hard time enunciating or saying that would make that connection even harder or firmer? Pause. When it comes to them knowing exactly what it is that we want them to do.
If we're meeting them where they're at, we've got to put pride to the side, right? Pride comes before the fall. And there's some 40, 50, 60-year-old folks walking around with pride, not willing to admit or accept what has been poured into them and has affected them and has impacted not only their lives, but maybe others' lives. And so, it's something that we've got to look in the mirror and say, what do I really want my impact to be on someone else's life or a young person's life? You just got to accept the facts, man, and be honest and real about it.
So you think we should do more as the old heads to reach out more to these young kids and sit down with them and let them know that we understand where they're coming from and start from that place and move forward?
Absolutely. And one of the best ways to do it, and this is something interesting, and as y'all getting older, I know some of y'all aren't here as old as you, my man, and Knight, and some of us, but some of you older younger guys or younger Gen X guys, is I've been a mentoring as well forever, right? And so it's always been this idea that I'm going to help these young cats out. But now that you're getting older and these young people and the world is changing with technology and everything else, and what I have delved myself and put myself in position to do is to allow young people to mentor me, right? So you want to empower young people. You don't want them to think that, I got all the answers and you're going to end up running into a wall because I done been it, seen it, done it. We got to allow young people to understand that they also bring value to the table, right? And so there are things that they bring to the table that they can teach me. And so for me, where I start is, how can I motivate or inspire this kid or this child to feel like they can give me something back, and this can be a reciprocal relationship.
OG Wisdom, do you mind if I ask you a question, brother?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
59.
59. Okay, I'm 56.
I'm 55.
I think the most important thing we can do is be there. Actively be there and be consistent, right? And not do the things that our parents did. So this is the importance of understanding. Like, so I'm a Gen Xer, right? So my mother is a boomer. My father's a silent generation. Silent generation people didn't even have toys. They didn't even have society. My father had to work when he was 10. It
Dang.
wasn't no work hours, and it wasn't no
Vacation time.
minimum wage and nothing else. He had to work
Mhm.
from what you call can't to can't. So he had
Mm.
before the light came out, it was dark when he went to work, and it was dark when he came from work, and he was in a house where they had an outhouse.
Yes, sir.
Damn.
They didn't have plumbing.
Right.
So what they did with my mother generation, which is the boomers, the boomer was the most pampered generation, because the silent generation wanted to take care of the boomers. They didn't want to make them go through the things they went through. So it was a little bit pampered. So here's Gen Xers. Gen Xers was the latchkey kids.
True.
We came home with no parents at home. We was alone a lot of the time, right? So I think what we can do as Gen Xers is be there, be patient, be understanding, and like you said, understand, actually listen to these young people, because this is what they have done now that we have social media. They have clips of these generations. So they have a 15-minute clip to tell you what the silent generation was. They have a 15-minute clip to tell you what the boomers are. They have a 15-minute clip. So this is what I know about the 15-minute clip of what I'm supposed to be, which is a Gen Xer. We supposed to be the ones who had baby mamas. We supposed to be the ones that was the drug dealers. We were supposed to be the ones. So this is what I do when I meet younger people, the millennials and whatever else. I apologize to them for the drug dealing stuff. I apologize to them for the baby mama stuff. I apologize to them for them being latchkey kids and not coming home to nobody. And I try to be consistent and be there with them and tell them that, you know what? You are somebody. You are important. I love you.
Yes, sir. Yes,
I'm
sir.
patient with you. I'm willing to have a conversation with you. I'm not willing to dismiss what you have to say.
That's facts. That's good stuff. That's
A lot
good
of young
stuff.
men need to be heard. That's one of the main things that I learned with these players, that is a lot of young brothers that never been heard before, and that's why they have so much to say when they believe that they misunderstood, because they just trying to say everything that they ever thought of in one sitting. Right? They don't even want to take a breath because they're scared they pass the mic that will never come back to them. They're not going to be heard. So yeah, I agree with that. Night being heard is a very important part of being a man and developing your masculinity. That understanding when you talk, somebody's going to hear you. Make sure y'all hitting that like and the share. But if you ain't never support the show before, this is one of the shows you should be supporting. Go ahead, because if I see you have a thought, go ahead.
No, but I also want to make sure it's make a point that, that the men have to demonstrate some certain things in a positive, favorable way. They have to see certain elements in what you do and certain consistency that might line up before you just go on ahead and start giving advice. Because before they take your advice, they listening, they watching you, right? It's like, yeah, this guy, he's moving this way, he's moving that way. He's got some favorable. Okay, all right, so I'm gonna listen to what this guy says. And I think it's truly beneficial for men to be able to demonstrate certain qualities effectively, consistently, so that therefore when they give that advice sticks. In my profession, like next month, I got about 30 performance reviews that I have to do for people to evaluate whether they get raises, whether they go in certain departments and things like that. So it's a lot of responsibility. And one of the things that I have learned through all these classes that he put me through is to listen, like a lot. I spend a lot of my time with the staff here, listening to their thought process, how they come to certain conclusions, and what plan they have in order to make this thing come into fruition. And then I kind of give my little insight as far as what I think would be a good roadmap for them, and then how they should execute it. So, as you said before, Nidus and OG, it really has to do a lot with listening and sharing your vulnerabilities. They know that I'm not perfect. They know that I make mistakes, and I let them know that. Like, hey, sorry, my bad, I dropped the ball on that. I'll send the email out to everybody and let them know, like, listen, this is my fault. I'm going to go ahead and make the correction in order to be a better individual. And I think they respect you for that. So just by, as you said, Nidus, admitting the wrongs that you did, saying, hey, I'm human, I made some mistakes, and this is how I would do better. That could have a really, really profound effect. on the mentality and the psyche of these individuals to let them know that, hey, he just like me.
That's why I started off saying being there, knowing that you're a pillar. You know, a lot of people be talking about being an oak. Well, an oak is solid, it's rigid, it'll snap in a storm. I'm talking about being a palm, being able to move with the storm, but being there. Solid roots, being there, they know they can. Unc is over there. We can go holler at Unc. Unc gonna be over there. I'm gonna always be right over there. And then, like you said, being that example and not wavering, being consistent, and having solid information, and more important than any of all of that, letting them understand. No, I love you. I'm not here to discourage you, disappoint you, say you lesser than. You're growing and becoming what you are going to be. I want you to be greater than me.
Facts. Facts. And you know what's interesting? I just want to share one more thing, man. And it's, if we're talking about parents, right? Dads or fathers, their role. And as we're talking about those of us who have poured in to the youth of our communities, brothers, those of you that are committed to that and understand what that commitment is and sort of what the outcomes of that can be, negative and positive, you got to protect yourself. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of times, those of us, a lot of brothers out here, like you said, a lot of us are feeling and standing in the gap for young men whose pops has just decided I'm not going to be there and don't care to be there. Or they got or they got mothers who just don't want to put in that extra work or extra time or get extra education in how to raise their boys. And so I'm going to get blame on both sides now. But for us brothers and for us men and for those of you that are out there, if you hear this, understand you can only do so much, because if you're only pouring into someone else and nobody's pouring into you, you're not gonna have enough to go around. And so one of the things that I ran into personally, even with some of my own family, my nephews, Unc has always been there for everybody. Call Unc. Unc is there. What you need? You need advice. You need money. Whatever. Call Unc. COVID hit. Everything got crazy. Mental health got crazy. My mental health got crazy. And so as I started seeing these young cats that I had poured into over the years, a lot of them were like coming around because they were dealing with their own stuff. But I didn't have the capacity to give to them in those moments. But it also showed me a lot of who they were and who they became, and did any of this stuff stick that I poured into them about. Because I had some of these young cats cuss me out, man, in the text because I didn't respond quick enough, right? And so I had to get into business of cutting folk off, because guess what? This has got to be reciprocal. Because if I poured into you and I've loved on you and you don't understand that me as a man, yeah, you may think I got it all figured out, but guess what? I might need something too, which is why I say that mentor thing, that reverse mentorship thing is very important, because they do have something that they can give to us.
I like that perspective. That's a very important part. And when you are involved in whoever it is that you're teaching, right? Because I think sometimes it gets too caught up in just strictly your own children. But when you are a teacher, somehow, some way, you always giving information out to individuals that ain't your child.
Right.
Sometimes even older than you, right? It depends. Once you develop a certain skill, people that needs that attention for whatever that time being, whether it's a month, 2 years, or even a day, they somehow find a way to find you. You know what I'm saying? And it's very important that they are able to communicate back to you and teach you something as well, because they feel appreciated as well. So if my kid would have come and show me how to draw an elephant, it doesn't even matter if I actually know how to draw the elephant or not. Right. I'm like, go ahead and teach me, because also I am through her teaching me something, even though I already know it, it is still me teaching her, right? Because I'm giving her the skill set to learn how to teach.
But understanding
She's
they got value.
Her teaching skills through me, because she want to show me, hey, look, I could do excellent, and I could give little pointers without actually giving her pointers while doing the teaching while not looking like I'm teaching at all. So the whole time she thought she was giving me something, and you know, you could still give it a jewel where she could get and improve. So having that person be able to communicate back to you is very important when you are teaching, and having the ability to possibly even correct you. Another teaching tactic is that you are going to a classroom and you will try to say if it's Tuesday, you're going to say, hey class, isn't today Monday? And all the kids are like, no, it's not. You get them engaged. And then they could correct you. They'd be like, oh, thank you so much, kids. And then now you have a different kind of rapport with the children, because now they understand there's a back and forth thing. We can learn from each other. I could teach the teacher. What? They're excited.
Yeah,
It's
I think what
important.
it is, Sharon, is that you gave them a safe space in order for them to
Okay.
be vulnerable. Having a safe space is the foundation for any healthy relationship, no matter what dynamic it is. And by you
Mm,
allowing them to share their most not only say intimate, but most deep things that's important to them, the more that you allow them to do that, the safer that they feel around you. So therefore they can
mm,
share all of those things, right? In relationships, we need our wives and our spouses to have a safe place where they can come to us with anything that they have on their mind versus them holding it in and holding resentment. So what you're doing is you're just creating a foundation for, you know, your daughters to have a safe space so they can come to you freely and speak to you, you know, about things versus going to others with more important information.
mm. And I just want to also, with that thought, also is what OJ and I is saying, that we cannot beat fathers. We cannot beat absent fathers. Like, you cannot beat, how can I word this? Absent fathers cannot be beaten to a child. If that child has an absent father, you cannot beat that system into him. You got to communicate that system into that child. That child got to feel love. A father's presence is not just strictly discipline. We are loving. We are nurturing. Men are doing a heavy load of nurturing and loving as well. And that's one of our strongest tools, actually, is the nurturing part, and to build confidence up in whoever it is that we are fathering. This idea that fathers is only discipline is a mindset that we have to start to correct as well. It's a dangerous, it's not dangerous, but it's the wrong mentality to have going into fatherhood, thinking that you should only be the disciplinary.
Facts. Facts.
Yep. All right,
And you
I'm
know
going to
what?
pause here. Listen, Sharon, I'm going to let you go. Listen, I got a 12:30 meeting to get to. Listen, Sharon, it's always a pleasure hopping on the panel with you, man. But before the chaos, you know, come. This is a good topic. I think this is very much needed, and I believe, hopefully, that a lot of the young heads that are listening are kind of resonating to know that, hey, there are some old heads that's willing to listen to us and to hear us out and to help us to go along this journey. So this is a good topic, man. Y'all keep up the good work.
Right on. Right on.
Thank you.
Right on. And you know what's interesting? I want to say just one thing, man. I've got to run too in a minute. And one of the things that I had to do to look at myself as a black man and trying to do the best I can to provide for my family, my kids, or whatever, is that I had to come to the reality of what I was hampered with or what my disability was, right? And so you got a lot of young men out here who are trying to survive. As you guys talk about this masculinity and women and all this stuff, a lot of times I think these are people who are trying to overcompensate for things that maybe they didn't have in their childhood. Like for me, I have an orphan spirit, right? And what an orphan spirit is if you adopted a child and you bring that child into your home with your biological kids, you get up in the middle of the night and you see that adopted kid rumbling through the cupboards in the kitchen, sneaking cookies. And you go to this kid, you go, yo man, why you feel like you gotta sneak these cookies? And he's like, I don't know, bro, you have been adopted. You are now a part of this family. You don't have to sneak cookies anymore. You can get those cookies because you live here. You're part of this family. You are now been grafted into this family. So a lot of us become adults, especially men, where we have this orphan spirit because we didn't have what we needed when we were growing up. And some of this is played out in our relationships, in our professional life, and otherwise because of just not feeling like we were attached to something, whatever that is.
We're not attached to something, whatever that attachment is. Ooh. That's a tough one, Knight. And it goes back to, being heard, being felt, having your presence being acknowledged. The old school way of being seen and not heard. Like that stuff is not good. Go ahead, Eater Man.
Nah, I'm just sitting back here thinking. Funny part about it is they gonna say we never had this conversation. Even though how dope this conversation is, how we got men actually talking about something that can be from a solution base. We never had this conversation. Ain't got no drama.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
And also it shows like, hey, we see what they willing to support, right?
True story.
Hey, hit the likes. All we ask is for likes and shares. Like hit the likes and hit the shares. We can get this dope conversation moving forward a lot faster, a lot quicker. More people need to hear that us as Black men, we can shift from where we was born to a different mental state. I think that's the one aspect that is keep missing out of these conversations, that we can come from dirt and change our complete mentality from where we're from. Because every man here today been in a position of being born in a place where the mentality is not where we are today. And we have to fight to get this mentality.
And the one thing that I think is the biggest compliment that I don't know why Black men take it as an insult is like, oh, you always had a silver spoon in your mouth. Like you have created a reality. Just think about it. You have created a reality that people think that you never even came from struggle. If you really think about that, I mean, you completely change everybody's perception of the person that's from the hood that you is. Like, so I tell people, it's like, sometimes people think they saying stuff to insult you, but if you really start digesting these things and say, man, this person done completely changed it, you don't know that he's from Brownsville. You don't know he's from the west side of Atlanta. You don't even know because he created a brand new reality that you can even fathom came out of the west side of Atlanta.
That's a bar.
You're right, man. And I think that, again, is connected once again, right? Not understanding or respecting and honoring the history. Right, because this timeline that we've been on as a community, as a Black community, you can't forget that. You can't forget that. And so we have seen folks that's done that, especially men. And I get it. People chasing bags, chasing money. All they care about is mess because it sells. I dig that, right? But but if you're living like that and this is what you pushing, that ain't somebody I can really fuck with, because I need somebody to show up in a real space in a real way.
Yeah, but hey, but you still go get the money now. Hey, we going over the hill, and we still got to get this bread.
You got to get it, but I choose to do it honorably.
Yes, that's a great point. I think that is awesome. What Edelman just brought out is the fact that we could change ourselves so far from where we started from, where people be addressed at night and act like they just gonna come up and beat them up. like what makes you think that I'm just, but if you really think about it, it's almost a compliment at the same time. The disrespect is almost a compliment, because you think that I'm so articulate now, I can communicate properly, I'm calm, I'm not just cursing up a storm. Now you actually believe I came from a silver spoon, and you don't really understand how much trauma I had to get over from myself and how much pain I went through to be able to articulate myself this way. I had to go through and fight a lot of demons to communicate this way. Me communicating this way is actually a issue in my neighborhood. They'll look at me like I'm soft because I communicate in this way. And people don't even recognize that part.
Yeah. So that's all I'm saying is to grow, because even like I be hearing people talk crazy, especially when people talk crazy I know a guy in this space that's special forces. They be talking crazy to him. I said, "Do you know he used to hunt humans? Like his job, listen, his job was to prey on humans, and you think that it's something soft about him because he's smiling and he laughing at you." So I just tell people, you just have no idea of who that person really is and how crazy they willing to go or how far they willing to go, without a doubt.
Let me shout out to Wanda, member for 2 months. Thank you so much, Wanda. Get them likes up and share and support. Thank you so much, Wanda. Let them know, goddamn. Tell them.
Yeah,
Also, shout out to the Cash App. It says support good stuff. Absolutely. Thank you so much. I really appreciate, and I
this
really appreciate the good stuff part because it's very rare that I actually get any any kind of love and flowers for doing productive conversation. So it means a ton. I really appreciate that.
yeah.
Seriously.
This is what our women need. This is what our children need. The women and
Mm,
the children both need love, patience, and understanding.
mm. Whew. Why is it so difficult for us to produce those things, Knight? What is
I
that?
just think it's a bunch of angry people, and they so consumed with themselves, and it's about individuality. But if you really just sit back and think about it, that's what the women need. That's what the children need: love, patience, and understanding. And like I said
Mm,
earlier, when I was talking about the people I didn't want to disappoint, those people love me. They try to understand me, and and they have patience.
And I will also say that a lot of people selfish. I remember we was having this conversation. What you bring to the table? What you bring to the table? You know, everybody was like focusing on what the other person can do for them. I remember
mm,
when I joined the army, it wasn't not what the army can do for you, it's what you can do for the army. And I think if we actually take that mindset to relationships, what can I do for the relationship? Because I learned this right
mm.
here. Love is a cycle. When I give out love, my wife loves me back. If I give out hate, she's gonna hate me back. So that's the point that I tell people is that if you understand, I know a lot of people. Charleston White was talking about this. He said, "I went to go do everything in my house first. I washed the dishes, I cleaned. I said I'm gonna set the example, and then I delegated." A lot of men want to
Mm.
delegate without doing the task.
Woo!
Well, that's
Let's
in,
speak about that. That's awesome.
that's an interesting concept too. And there's a concept that I choose in my marriage, and that I had to learn in my second marriage, anyway, as I got older. And you mentioned love, hate, and there's this thing with men and women, and a lot of folks don't understand. And there's a cycle, and there's a diagram or an image, and you can look it up online. It's called love and respect. And men and women were built different, right? And so if I love my wife, my wife will respect me.
Facts.
Mm.
If my wife respects me, I will love my wife. And it's just this it's this cycle. If we can keep in relation, this I know we kind of gone into this relationship thing, but I choose
That's
to live
fine.
my life in my relationship this way, and I'm glad that my wife understands that as well. Because love and respect, men and women need two different things generally.
Mm,
Men, we want respect, and if we don't get that respect, how you expect me to love you? Women want
mm.
love, but if they're not getting love, you know what I'm saying? It's just this cycle. We've got to keep
And
our
just going to
eyes
keep going
It's
around.
on the
And
prize.
I think on what Eda Man brought up is we could really attack that conversation as well. We also got Wall Street Willie that just hopped in on the panel as well. But that give it the delegating before you do is a problem that we have in these panels and in the mentality of a lot of men. A lot of men, they want to tell everybody what to do, but they actually haven't done the work to be out there delegating anything yet. I think that is something that we definitely need to have a conversation about. That was a great way to segue, Eda Man. I appreciate that. Hey, Knight, what is your thoughts on delegating before you practice what you preach? Like, what is your thoughts on what Eda Man brought up?
I agree with him. I worked years with the Cub Scouts, Boy Scouts at a church called Allen Temple. We had a lot of kids at Eagle that went to college and whatever else. My oldest son went to the Army. My youngest son went to the Marines. My youngest son got out after a year. My oldest son is still in the Army right now. Um, I think it's about being active participants in your community. I think you need to be a part. You understand your city council, know your mayor, know your aldermen, know everything aspect of your city if you actively want to make a change. You cannot be on the outside looking in. You have to actively be involved.
Yeah, and I
Gotta
think
be active.
and so
Mm.
Sharon, I had a first sergeant tell me, he said, I did. He said, then I let you watch me do. No, he said, I did. I let you watch me do. I watched you do, and then I let you do. Right? Like we just get to
Mm.
the let you do. Like we want to jump to that last step, right? Like, but it's a process of training. It's a process of training that we walk people through, and this is the microwave society. I just want to skip to the end. I just want you in there washing
Mm.
those dishes, even though
Mm.
I'm not gonna willing to show you my kids how the dishes is washed. I think you just supposed to know how dishes supposed to be washed.
Even
Hey,
man,
man, that
even
is
man.
such a
I went
great.
to them.
I want to say this because one time, my baby was cleaning, and I told her, "No, that's not how it's supposed to be." And then she said, "Well, look clean to me." And then I had to realize what you just said, right? And I was like, "Oh, she was never actually taught properly how to clean this said thing." And so instead of me screaming and yelling, I got down and I got busy and show how it's supposed to look and how to get it to that position of clean. And I said, look at this. Do this look clean? Yes, it does. Does this look like what you left it as? No, it don't. All right. So from now on, you know how to clean this situation to our standard. It ain't no your standard. This is a standard of clean. It ain't no I'm going to do it my way. No, clean is clean. We got to get to a standard of what clean is, and then you could try to figure out a new way or create a different way. But we got to understand what's the end result first, and then you could try to have a different way of doing it if you didn't like the way how I did it. Let me also give Wall Street Willie an opportunity to jump in. Good day, Wall Street Willie. What is your thoughts on this part of the conversation?
Peace to the gods and the earths. A very
Shout
interesting,
out to the Lollipop Guild.
a very interesting dialogue. You know, today's mathematics is wisdom, build, and destroy. So what that means to
Mm.
me is with the proper wisdom, you can build the tools to destroy your opposition or things that may hinder you. I just say to the
That
conversation,
was
like
bars. Say that
one of
again,
the
Willie. That was
things.
actually. Hold on, Willie. That was actually bars. Can you
Come on,
repeat
man. I
that,
always
please?
got balls, man. Straight off the top. Today's
That was
math
actually really good.
today's mathematics is wisdom, build, and destroy. And what that means to me, with the proper wisdom, you can build the tools to destroy those things in front of you that hinder your progress. You like that?
Mm. I like that.
So to
You're a
the
5%er, Willie?
conversation though, chill out. God, that was off the top. Chill out. But
I like
No.
this cat.
Wall Street, you go on ahead and admit what you are, sir. Let's not do this.
look, man, look. To the topic, right? One of the things that we got to understand is there's been a societal shift, right? The responsibility used to be on the people giving information. I think in 2026, the responsibility is on the person listening
Boom,
to take
bad.
the information from the right people, right? Because everyone's
Facts.
got an opinion, right? And what happens is when you hear a lot of the things, oh, women do this, men do this, right? It might apply if you're an average person. When you hear people speaking about these things in blanket terms, right? It might apply and make sense if you're average. But most of us are below average, let alone above average, right? So the message you receive might need some care. It might need some contour ideas that are expressed to you. So I would just say that to the young dudes that are listening, looking to be guided, you got to be extremely careful what you listen to because the wrong advice could throw you off the cliff faster than figuring out on your own. You know?
So how did
Hmm.
that apply to this conversation?
I think it
So
applies a little bit. I'm sorry, man. Go ahead, brother.
Nah, go ahead, break it down, brother.
No, I was just gonna say, the reality is like you said, you have the power to either destroy or build up. Is what I got from you, if I'm not mistaken. But something that I had to learn, and that we all gonna have to learn, if you're expecting not to be alone in your old age, uh, in a relationship, you might want to tell somebody to do something or expect them to do something, clean, wash something. But when you get up in age and life starts happening, and life is life. My wife became ill, and she's a doctor, and she developed rheumatoid arthritis. And so, because of her health, there are things that she used to do she can't do no more, right?
Mm,
There's things that have happened to me that I can't do no more that I used to do.
mm,
And so, it's not going to always come from this angle of assignment or job description. Sometimes we have to have the same goal in mind and the same destination and where we're trying to get. And so all of that don't play out. It may play out for a few years, but if you plan to live until you my age, you're gonna have to change those rules. You're gonna have to massage how you came into this game, especially in relationship. Because you know what? Somebody's gonna have to pick up the pieces when somebody can't walk. You dig what I'm saying?
mm.
Yeah, so yeah,
Pick
I
up the
get that. I get
pieces.
what you said, OG. But what I'm trying to understand is, I didn't heard people yelling, fussing. I done seen people at the most chaotic on this channel. And typically, when we talk positive, now be mindful what you listen to. I'm just, and it's no shot to anybody, but I'm just saying, why was that advice given today and not none of the days when we seen the chaotic stuff that we as a group think that people should not be listening to, especially young men? Why don't we go to the red pill challenge and say, be mindful what you listen to? Why is it today when
Mm,
we're speaking positive as men, this is when that advice is given? And that was my question.
mm. Oh, that was to you, Wall Street Willie.
Well, that's a very simple answer, right? Because a lot of times for an appeal, a want, or a need to appear masculine, I get dropped, right? And I can't give my jewels, right? You got goofy ass Josh over there, right, who don't have nothing to say on certain topics. They want to interrupt the bill, So that's why I'm not always able to drop these jewels on a regular basis, but I'll make more of an effort.
That's
Abaragani.
fair. No, that's fair. That's fair. You saying that I got this knowledge and I got it every day. I just don't have the opportunity to give it. I think that's a fair assessment. So I respect that.
See what I'm saying, you the
And
man? You
you
learning,
should start
God.
it
You
off with that.
recalibrating, God. I respect that.
And you should start it off that way so it won't be no misunderstanding too, right? Because it sounded like you was throwing a shot and it wasn't really being clear. And now
Now it's cleared up.
Hey,
But
fellas, I gotta run, man. I want to just give y'all your props, man. Keep up the good work, and I love all y'all, man. The masculine guys like AM, I love him too. I love all of y'all, man. Keep doing what you're doing, man. And I'll try to drop in where I can, but just know when I drop in, I ain't trying to be about no bullshit and stir up no mess.
Mhm.
no doubt.
We'll holler y'all later, man.
Salute,
All
OG.
Yeah, but I think that a lot of replacement have been happening, and we just been replacing it for the wrong things. When it really comes down to it, but now, as we start having these conversations, do we start looking into the mirrors and start asking those questions? Here we go. Do we start asking those questions? Uh, what is the true problem? Is it that we need to beat our kids? Is it that we're not communicating? Like, what is it? And what we're learning in these
Abaragani, brother
conversations,
Josh. Abaragani.
and
right.
but the question I'm asking is it something as simple as being present? Is it something
Mm.
that simple that we're rejecting doing?
So this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna let Wall Street really answer first and give him
Yeah,
a
I would
chance to
say no,
apologize to Josh
because being
before
present
before it
doesn't
before
automatically
it starts. Go
equate to
ahead, Wall Street
success and
really
the right
before
influence,
yeah,
right?
you can hear me, Wall Street really?
A lot of dudes should get out the way, in my opinion. But I know that
Slap the
sounds
taste out of your
crazy to
mouth.
most.
I'd like to see it.
Sorry, I got summoned.
Did it play? Oh,
Yeah, play. We heard it. So no, but that's the key.
I think it
That's
got
the
a delay on my side.
yeah. So no, I'm looking at the But I think being present is the first step. I'm not saying you're gonna have it all. Like first, I got to be there. It's that's the what I'm saying is that's the starting line. You get what I'm saying? That's not the finish line. I'm not saying that that's all you gotta do is be there. But I first got to be there for me to have any type of effect. And then now that I
Mm.
am there, now let's start building tools that we talk about communicating with our kids, being patient, love, all of these things too. But I think it's so many men got, and I know it's men like I think Sharon is there. I think Josh is there for his kids. So I'm not saying there's not people that's not there, but a lot of people that I hear these stories come from, they say, "Well, my father wasn't there," and then they start telling the tragedy.
Mm. Shout out to hey Wall Street Willie. You got some support today. Bring yourself back. Don't be scurry.
Speaking of positivity, man, people they'll support you.
Mm.
What you think, Josh? So, Josh, do you think that whoopings? You new to the conversation? Do you think we should be whooping our kids or we shouldn't? And then do you? Let me start there.
Sure. No, do I think we should whoop our kids? Not necessarily.
What does that mean?
I I don't believe physical impact is always necessary, but there's some situations where, yeah, I can see where it is.
So
But
yes,
that's a different. I think there's a difference between whooping, beating, and abuse. Like there's a specific difference.
yeah. Well, we all agree that nobody should beat their kid or abuse their kids. That's why we use the word whooping, right? Like I think
Right.
the whole panel says that nobody should be abusing their kids. When we say whooping your kids, say for example, popping your kids, that everything that's in the things that are legal, do you think those things should be happening, Josh?
Sometimes I think there's places for it.
All right, so let me take you to the second phase of the question. So the second phase is, do you think disappointing your parents is more effective than whooping your kids?
Yeah, sometimes. I think that one's subjective as well.
I just don't
I
like sometimes because I can answer that to every
know
question.
well, no.
I just
Here's what I'm saying. Because, like me, if I disappoint my parents, it's gonna crush me because of how I feel about my parents. But if there's people who don't have that same level of respect for their parents, disappointing their parents is just another Tuesday. It doesn't have that same psychological effect on them. But in
I'm
that
just
same breath,
what I'm trying to understand in majority of the situations, which one do you think would be more effective, the whooping or the disappointment?
if your child doesn't respect your parents, you know, whoop them. If they do, let them show them the disappointment. I can say it depends on the child because personalities are different. And I think doing a one size fits all is a dangerous method.
So speaking about delegate either man, right? Delegating. So therefore, shouldn't he show example by getting his ass whooped in front of his kids and then say, hey, look, I learned my lesson from ass whoopings.
Yeah, technically, based on what we said earlier, you might need to go take an L in the fight. Your kids need to watch and say, "Now, Daddy learned his lesson." I just no, but no. What the reason I'm asking this question is, I think even in a marriage, disappointing your wife versus your wife yelling at you or screaming at you
Ooh, okay.
is more effective that she's disappointed.
I agree.
Mm,
So so
okay.
so that's what I'm saying. These principles that when we go to an adult life, we always say it applied, but then once we started dealing with kids, we say now the common sense part goes away.
Well, no, well, I can only, so anecdotally, my son and daughter are different. Like, I can, I wouldn't ever spank my daughter because that's my baby girl, right? But if she disappoints me and she sees it in my face, it affects her more drastically than it'll affect Ed. My son, he's like, if I disappoint him or if he disappoints me, he'll feel bad about it, but he's likely to continue it. But if he were to do something that was severe enough for me to have to put my hands on him, and then he realizes why, because I'm not just gonna spank you and then be like, yeah, so deal with it. No, like we're gonna have a full conversation about it, and you're gonna need to understand why we had to cross this bridge. I've only had to spank my son twice in his life, and he's 9.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, when I spanked my daughter, she did something. I spanked my daughter. She cried for 2 seconds. When I came home one day and I said, "I'm so disappointed that this house looked like this." Like she cried. It felt like she cried for an hour. Like she was in her feelings for so long because she was she really felt it from an emotional point of view that I think I never could have got physically. And I learned something that day, and I was like, long as I hold the standard, long as because I got to maintain the standard if I'm gonna hold people to the standard in my house, right? As long as I
Absolutely.
maintain the standard, I they gonna say, hey, daddy come home. We don't want daddy. Like, cause I remember only thing I did, I looked at it, I just shook my head and I said I was disappointed. Walked downstairs. That's all that happened. And I walked up like an hour later. I said, she's still up there crying. What's she crying? She's like, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to disappoint you. Like it hurted her in a place and she never did that again. Like I get what you said with your son. That thing that we was talking about never happened again. So I don't know. I really think it can be a more powerful tool as long as you hold the standard. If you don't hold the standard, it's hard because you can't say I'm disappointed for you smoking weed and you go light one up on the
Mm,
porch. Like you can't do that. But as long as you hold the standard, hey, we don't cuss. Like say for example, you say we don't cuss in this house and you cussing, you're not holding the standard, so your kids don't have to hold the standard. So I have
right.
to hold the standard if quote unquote I want my kids to hold the standard. And I believe that's truly was very hard for men to do. Them holding the same
Ooh,
standard.
that's a great point. And just to go with the cursor part is a great example. My kids wanted to curse, and they was trying to understand why is cursing good or bad or whatever. And I was like, cursing is not necessarily a good or bad thing. It's just that we giving you educational vocabulary, so you have other words to use other than to curse. So if something happened and you are in the house, this is what I told my kids verbatim. If you're in the house and something happened and you hit your foot on something that you wasn't expecting to hit, and you say "fuck" in pain, I'm not going to be upset. I will want you to use a different word, but I'm not going to be upset. But if I catch you on a phone and every other word is FUB and you just cursing up a storm for no apparent reason, that you are having curse words and you're using it uselessly, I have a problem with that. If I hear you in that same conversation and you use profanity in its proper context because you're trying to really show how angry you are and use one curse word, I won't necessarily be upset at you. So it's really on the way how you expressing yourself is what I will have a problem with. If you being excessive with cursing, I have a problem with that. And with that being said, my child, go ahead and say the F word or whatever curse you want to say since you want to express yourself in a cursive manner, even though we don't use that type of language within this house. And my kids haven't to this day. They don't curse. And actually, if they catch me cursing when I'm talking to y'all crazy asses, they usually come and correct me. We ain't supposed to use bad words. We smarter than that. We got more vocabulary words, Dad. And I gotta be like, God damn it.
They
Yeah.
right again. These kids right again. And
Yeah,
hold on,
Yes, and I gotta
hold on. That's
pass my
another
down
thing
to the
too.
kids.
I'll
My
give my
kids.
wife the credit for that. My kids don't cuss at all, but I also don't curse in the house. Like I will not use profanity in my home if my kids are present at all.
So my daughter was holding me accountable 2 nights ago, right? Let me say it. So she can. And this is another thing is nobody in the house is above accountability. I
Woo! Another great. Ooh, go
I
ahead,
I
you
I,
man. That's
I,
another great one.
I don't know why men think that they above the law, right? Because it teaches your kids that they above the law too when you ain't around, right?
Absolutely.
So I tell people, my daughter, she came to me and she said, "Daddy, I'm disappointed in you." And I was like, "Why are you disappointed in me? What did I do?" And she was like, "You let us go to sleep last night and you didn't come up here and pray." She said, "That's all you had to do."
Ooh.
And I was working. Like I understand she don't understand the ins and out of it. I was like, I was working. I did all. I didn't. You know what? The first thing I wanted to explain myself, Sharon. Like I was thinking this, and I said, "You right." Sometimes, as fathers, we gotta be like, "You right. I gotta do better." This is what I told her. I said, "I gotta do better. I need to make sure I make an effort to make sure that I'm here to read the book. I'm here to pray for you at the end of the night." And you know what?
Mm.
that warmed her heart that I took that accountability. So now when I asked her to take accountability for her actions, she said, that's what we do in this family.
It's so simple. And one thing, and you catching yourself, right? And not allowing how, doesn't matter how truthful it is, that excuse to give them the idea that they could use something that is truthful and use that as an excuse. That's another thing that you untaught within that situation, right? And just allowing yourself to be held accountable by your child. You are teaching another lesson that, hey, there ain't no excuses. I didn't do something that I'm supposed to do, regardless if I'm tired, I'm working, whatever the case is. I still need to go ahead and do that because I told the universe I was going to do this thing. And either man's point is his religion. He said, hey, I'm going to do X, Y, and Z. Whatever that thing is that you say you're going to do, you need to train your body and your mind to go ahead and deliver that thing. Because the universe is going to reward hard work every single time. Sometimes I don't want to come up here and talk. Sometimes it's difficult to come up and talk. Today was one of those days where I didn't know what I was going to talk about. And if I would have just said, you know what, I'm tired, we would have missed out a beautiful, fruitful conversation that we had today. I think this is one of the best dialogues we had in a very long time.
That's because you had me, the villain, in this story. It's all right, Sharon. You can just give me the applause. You can just give me my flowers. It's all right, my brother.
Let me do my villain clap. Shadow like my villain clap. You know he do. What is your thoughts on Shadow, the delegation part without actually putting the work? A lot of men, when they come up here, they like to give out orders and do certain things and tell other people what to do, but they actually have never put those things in practice for themselves. What is your thoughts on that type of rhetoric?
I think don't delegate something you're not willing to do yourself. Like that's my general principle on that though. And I think that's all the way around. If I can't ask you to do something I'm not willing to do myself. So if I can't do it, that's one thing. Like if I know you have a set talent that I don't have and you're able to do this more effectively than me, am I still willing to try it? Yeah. But if I need you to do it, then yeah.
No, but see, I think even if you can't do it, you need to fail in it because you doing it first. Let me tell you what it does. It gives you grace for that other person. It gives you patience with that other person. So if you're doing something you ain't never did, you ain't got patience for because you literally operating in theory. If you say, hey, bounce this book, and he ain't never bounced the book before, you're gonna be like, yeah, you know what? Since I ain't never did it, it's supposed to take 20 minutes. And when you start really processing it, it take 2 hours. So I think you should do it first because first is gonna give you grace for the person that is doing it.
I understand where you're coming from with that. I don't think it's necessary for you to do it, especially like there's certain things I know I'm not good at. Like, and it doesn't matter how many years I've been married, how many years I've been washing dishes. I hate washing dishes, hate doing it. So if I ask my wife to wash the dishes, it's not because I can't do it. It's just because I hate dishes. But I can make that delegation because I can still appreciate what she's doing.
No, but so since you hate dishes, this is the point that I'm saying. You should have grace when she don't do the dishes.
Oh
That's
yeah,
the
no.
point.
I think you should have grace in everything though, whether you know how to do it or not. But I don't think grace is limited to experience.
But also, Shadow, it doesn't matter if you are good at it or not. The fact that you are willing to do it, to put that foot forward to say, I'm horrible at cutting grass, son, but I cut it every whatever that is. And then eventually you tell your son, cut the grass. He'll be more likely to cut the grass, regardless if he could do it good or not, or he might take a liking to it. But the fact that you was able to do it, he's seen you doing it, it'd be much easier for other said person to do it themselves and possibly even become great at it. Because you didn't just give out orders, you did the do first, and then you delegated these orders to other people. That's what
I
we're
guess,
talking towards.
but because we equated grace, I guess that's where I'm sitting with it. Because I understand where y'all are coming from. I can have more appreciation for them doing it because I've done it myself and failed, right? But grace shouldn't even be limited to that. I think you can have grace irrespective of experience. I think we should have grace in all things. Like I let Willie talk smack for a little bit. I let it happen, and then I shot him. I gave him the grace to hold that bullet.
It's different. The reason I say it's different is I remember uh in the military, to graduate, you gotta do something called the low crawl to hell, right? You crawling on glass, all these things, right? Neither here nor there, right? And looking at it from the outside, you think you understand how bad it is. I'm saying from
Mm,
the outside out, you always can think you know. But when you get down there and your knees are cut up, your elbows is cut up, you got glass going through your arms. Like when you going through this process, it gives you
mm,
a new level of grace. When you say, I see why that guy's crying over there. I see why that guy,
mm,
after he ran 22 miles, he's throwing up. Like sometimes we don't
mm,
understand it because we haven't been through it. That's why when people
mm.
try to tell us advice about marriage, they're like, yeah, I know this. And I was like, well, you don't know. I'm telling you, I get that you think you know. You don't know until
Right.
you get in it.
Yeah. You don't really understand. You have a theory of how this thing works, and that's cool that you have a theory. And I would love for you to put your theory to the test and see that all those talking points that you gathered over the years, you put that inside your relationship. See how fruitful your relationship actually will be if you use those talking points as a framework to your actual relationship. And we'll see how long that lasts. That's what me and the man be trying to let these men know. Like, you can tell us all these talking points all you want and how great it sounds. Because a lot of those talking points do sound good on paper, but they just don't work in reality. Not even close to working in reality, to be honest with you.
That's a fact. I hear dudes, I'm just gonna get in here and start yelling at this woman, telling her that she gonna want to come to bed and have sex with me. I said, okay, show me how that works. Show me how you can, like, come on, like, you don't know what you're talking about.
You know what I'm saying? Like, just put what you are saying into the real world, so this way we can have a real understanding of it. And maybe it's some men out there that can actually do it, but that is going to be a very small minority. And that man knows how to pick a woman, most likely, right? He knows exactly what type of woman is going to accept whatever his toxic way is, because it's someone that's
So,
going to rock with that.
Sharon, I actually had a conversation about this a couple of days ago. So
Mm,
there was a guy who had a conversation saying, uh, a real man is able to talk to any woman and have them pay him for whatever. And I corrected the sentence. I was like, no, if there's a woman who's willing to do that, she's willing to do it for any man she's willing to make that sacrifice for. It's not the man that pulls that out of her. It's what's in her that she's just experiencing at that time. If she's not like that, it doesn't matter how good or bad of a person you are, you ain't getting nothing like that. But if you have a woman who's going to put everything behind you, she's going to do it irrespective of what you're doing. So you can think you're being the boss, but in reality, she's just being there for you.
Oh, I
And it,
disagree with that. I disagree. Listen,
so hold on. So, but either man, don't bring in the fact that some people can be tricked, because we understand some people can be tricked. What Shadow's really talking to us is the nature of that human being, right? So no matter
no,
what,
that's
okay, all
wrong.
right,
That's what I'm saying.
he's still wrong.
Yeah,
Okay, good.
that's what I'm saying. Like, you don't understand. It's just this thing that people do certain things with one person that they're not willing to do for the other. I'm telling you right now, like, and I don't know why we believe that everybody's just who they is. I have literally seen a woman completely change her whole ideology for a man. Like, she
Mm-hmm,
went from a feminist to conservative wearing
mm-hmm,
non-clothes. Like, so this idea, I'm just telling you that a man cannot bring the best out of a woman and it's based on that man. I think women, by their nature, follow the man. So a lot of these things is, I'm telling you, they're not gonna just be that. Like good example is that Sierra. Sierra's two
Mm-mm.
different women. I know that don't sound. I know people don't like it, but she was two different women with because of
She
the type
wasn't.
of man she was with.
But hold
I
up,
think it
Dean.
sounds good, and I think and I'm gonna pass it to you just now, Shah. I think it sounds good, and it builds our male ego, our man ego. I agree with that, right? But what I'm picking up what Shah saying. Naturally, she always wanted to be that conservative, is what I heard, and so
Right.
she just actually found somebody that she felt comfortable to be that natural conservative with. Same thing with Sierra. Sierra never actually really wanted to be some super thug, be with a super thug in reality. In reality, she wanted to be with a Russell Wilson. And now finally, Russell Wilson is somebody that she could be that natural person around. So, that's why she did her prayer. Go ahead, Shadow. That's my thought on what either man said. Go ahead, Shadow.
So a woman can sacrifice for the wrong man easily, right? And you
Mm,
can tell because it affects who she is. But
mm,
and keep in mind, I'm speaking from experience, from personal experience now. When a woman is willing to sacrifice everything for you because of who you are, it's not you, it's in her. She would have been willing to do that for anybody else who moved like you in that position. And like I said, that was in her, not in you. But a lot of men's ego, we think it's us pulling it out of them. But no, we're just
right,
allowing them to be who they are. We're allowing
right.
them to be willing to make that sacrifice because they're making that sacrifice for us.
No, no,
I think that
well, no, Josh, I agree that good and evil is in both people, but and I'm believing
Okay.
that I'm not saying that like that person didn't have good in them, and now the man put good in there. Like, no, that's not my argument. My argument is you saying that you allow. I'm saying he's pulling that out. It's certain environments can pull certain
Mm,
things out of you, and I think that's the part that y'all are disagreeing with.
I
but
think so too. I
here's why
think
I
we
disagree
all.
with it.
Mm,
Here's
yeah,
why I
yeah, you
disagree
got.
with it. It's that old adage you can take a horse to water, but you can't force it to drink. Here's the thing. If that woman has no sacrifice in her, you can't do anything to put sacrifice inside of her. If you
Mm,
if she's an honest person, you can't force honesty into her because you're an honest
mm,
person. I
But no,
understand what
that's
you're saying.
no,
Hold
Josh, I believe
on.
every woman got sacrifice in them. That was my point. Like you saying that it's women out there who don't got it. They all got
I
it in
believe
them.
because there are some who don't. There are
I
some who will
disagree.
put them. Hold up. There are some who will always put them first, and that's okay because there's a benefit to that as well. That that selfishness, it has its purposes, and it can even be effective in relationships. But again, I'm talking about a woman who's willing to put everything on the for you. If a woman doesn't have that in them, you can't make that in them. That has nothing to do with you. If she's willing to do it, it was always in her. She just feels like you're worthy of that sacrifice.
That's
Mm,
bullshit.
I'm
Let me
just
tell you why that's bullshit. Because a woman will change to wherever she needs to be a part of that relationship. What we talking about?
nah, that's not
hold
true.
up. So here's what I'm gonna say. Again, it's one thing to unlock something that's already there, things that she's already had the capability of being because she had symbols of it before, but she stopped it. If she's suppressing that kindness because she's been hurt, and you're bringing that kindness back, she's becoming what she is already
Mm,
because you're now worthy of her being that again. What you're saying
mm,
is, oh, there's women who would change their entire personality. But get this,
Yeah.
a lot of the women who change their entire personalities are also unhappy in the process. You can see them
mm,
because you fell in love with apples, she became bananas, and now y'all are wondering how come y'all are clashing because she's not the same person you fell in love with because she's now trying to be what she thinks you want her to be. Again,
As
mm.
long
most
as
women
you're
who
doing your
already have it
part,
in them don't go through all of that.
as long as
And
you're
let me.
doing your part, she will change. She will flip the
Mm,
script.
so what's up, Smell the Words? Is what do you mean? So you mean any woman that you deal with, she's going to flip this. She can flip the script, is what you're saying?
Yeah. Put like this. If you're a thug, right? She will be right
Mhm.
there with you, thugnificent. If you were a person who's extremely smart, she will try to be extremely smart with you. She will try to learn different things. She's not gonna just not try to be a booster to like who you are.
Yeah, so yeah, I just don't agree with that. I think all the time super thugs they get with women that are perfectly not thugs and they don't turn them into
Them
thugs.
to be who they truly fucking want to be, then they're
No,
gonna
but
be
that
finding who they want to be.
But the problem with what Shadow is saying, he almost saying that people don't change. No, a person can change. And where does that evolution come from? It usually comes from outside things that causes you to change. For example, I know a dude who was a super violent in prison. Then he's moved to the suburbs. He was no longer violent. Like I'm telling you, you do change. This idea that you are the same person you
But
was
I,
20
I
years ago is a lie.
hold on,
That
so
violence
right,
is still there.
right.
If
So the thing is that so like for example, I believe that I'm a non-violent person, but that doesn't mean that I can't be violent if I see the right situation that I have to be that. So, but still in me naturally is non-violence. Just because I have the propensity to do something because I understand situations and I know that I have to do certain things that I'm not naturally wanting to do, but it has to be done. You know, just like with being a man, a lot of things that we got to do to be successful is actually not the most natural thing. We actually got to learn those things. So I get that learning process of things, but that's making a decision to, in my opinion, I think what Shadow is trying to communicate is about what is in you naturally. If you are a naturally quiet person versus you learn how to be on stage and being all extra and dancing. Somebody could be absolutely a quiet person, a homebody, but when they hit a stage, they turn up and down and they be wilding out, having a good time on stage. But that's not actually who they are. They just know how to deal with
Yeah.
that type of scenario. I think that's what.
I
So
get it, but that's
naturally,
what I'm saying. I
yeah.
don't think natural in 2026. I think we argue nature versus nurture. I think
Mm,
nurture is more effective in 2026 because we don't stay in a natural position. So that's what I'm saying. It's like all these things that you said. Yes, it was taught. Yes, most of the things and behaviors that we do as humans today is taught. That's not something that's natural to us. So it's more
mm.
effective.
but even
However,
speaking nature versus nurture, you're still fighting. Like I'm gonna use your example, the violence situation, right? Because I'm not in a position where I need to be violent every day. That violent, I'm not going to go out and look for it. But in any situation, am I willing to go back to being that person? That doesn't mean my violence changed. No, I'm gonna still crash all the way out. But because I'm not in the situation for it, doesn't mean that I don't have the capability of doing it. What I'm saying is,
That's
if
the
that
point,
woman's
though.
what I'm
No,
saying is, if that woman's sacrificing for you, she's always had that propensity for sacrifice. That's what I'm
right.
saying. You're
hold on,
saying
no.
every woman that has that. That's just like saying every man is willing to sacrifice for their wife, and we know that's not true.
Hold on. So let me
Good,
ask this question:
good point.
Is it possibility that I was violent, very violent, and then I'm no longer violent anymore? Like is it like if a person was in a situation, they was locked up, they was killing, they turned their life around some kind of way, they get in a situation and they actually choose the not be violent. Is that possible, Shadow?
Yes, it is possible to not
That
be violent.
So that mean that violence is no longer in them. See, I'm trying to show you that just because you was
But no,
born one way,
it's still
Josh, doesn't mean. Now, hold on, let me make this point. Just because you born some way doesn't mean that way cannot be taught out of you.
Mm, hmm.
no.
I
I
mean,
agree with that though. No, I agree with that. But here's what I'm saying. I'm talking about like I believe sacrifice is one of those is a trait that's deeply embedded in you. It's not just a lot of people are willing to make the sacrifice, but not at their own detriment. whenever you put that on the other side of the field, when you put that on the other side of the field, right? There are people who I'm willing to help you, but if it affects me negatively at all, you're hit. But I'm not saying those people are just inherently selfish, but they're just not willing to sacrifice for you. There are women who will ruin their entire lives for a man because they want to have that man. And here's the thing, they'll also have a history of sacrificing for the wrong man. They'll end up having
But
these
that's hold
histories
on.
of people.
We just can't say women that who are naturally mothers don't know sacrifice. Like all of them have it. I
Right?
can get you if you saying
That's not
like
what I'm
it's a
saying.
normal. That's the point that I'm telling you is that all of them have it. Now whether you can bring it out or not bring it out of them, that's on you as a man.
That's interesting. I think there's a lot of selfish brothers out there. So I don't know. Shadow, is XL next to you, and that's why you keep getting an echo?
Yeah, that's why there's echo. What's his name?
Okay.
XL? Apparently he jumped on. I don't know why you. I'm gonna let him. I'll be back.
You want to do it that way? You want to be on the? You want me to do it? Okay, he said he got it to his own. All right,
Yeah, my phone is mounted. So yeah, we do it that way.
Okay. Shout out to XL. Good day to you, XL. Good day. What is your thoughts? Why Edie Man do the yard work? One of y'all gotta unmute. Either
That
XL or Shadow.
You
One
can
of
hear
y'all
me
gotta
doing
unmute.
yard work.
I hear you out there. I hear you
Oh,
out
my
there,
bad.
grinding. I know what that sound like. What's up, XL? Good day to you. What's your thoughts?
Hey, here's you.
Hold on, one moment. I got my shit.
Yeah, we can hear you good.
Niggas,
We can hear you, XL.
they hear you, bro. They hear you through the truck.
You hear me better through the truck?
Yeah, we can hear you good.
Hold up.
Cool. Yeah, I want my boy Shadow, man, and I get what he's saying. You hear me? Are you keeping it on the mat? I don't
No, I
want.
know where we're going.
Okay, cool. So yeah, I hear what he's saying and everything, man. So I hear both of
You
y'all.
can put
I
the
see a lot
camera
of
with
ego
big dog.
getting in a
It's
situation to
okay,
mix. A
XL.
lot of
XL, yeah, you can put the camera. Let's see you, my
what's
brother. It's
up?
all good. It makes for a better show when they can actually see the person express. When they can see the person expression that's
All right.
talking, it's a
So
little
look,
bit more.
yeah, okay, cool. So I see a lot of ego with a lot of people, and they're saying a lot of biased things. I get my boy Shadow what he's saying. With women and human beings itself, environment usually makes a person change. It's not usually the person, it's the environment of where they're in. If you have a female that feels like she's with a dude who feels like she can actually prosper, then yes, she's gonna finally be the person she's always want to be. But most females, again, ego plays and bias ideas of what they think they want. A lot of human beings think they know what they want, but we really don't. I've seen, bro, I've lived a life to the point that I thought I wanted all of this, got it, and I hate every last part of it because it's not really what I wanted. I hate every last inch of it. And I'm like, I don't want this. And turn around, find out the things I always went against that was for me, that it was always for me, God given or whatever religion I believe in. That was what I had to go do. And I'm like, man, I went against everything I didn't want to do and found out that's what I needed to do. So
you went kicking and screaming. You went kicking and screaming to drink the water, and all this time you was just thirsty.
And that basically, and that's what most females do, and even man's, like I said, vice versa. Females believe they want this ideal image that media and publicity sends them, like the man got to have a six-pack, so this and this and that, this and that. You find that she really don't want none of that. She just want to do to make sure he come home and he ain't beating on her and stuff. They don't. Everybody believes they know what they want because it's like, yo, I want some financial. I want this. I want that. Okay, cool. You find a dude that takes care of you financially. He makes sure that you have all the little Louis Vuittons or whatever the hell you want. But at the end of the day, every time he come home, he kicking your ass. You trying to figure, is that what you really wanted? Or you want this dude with the 9 to 5 that he's busting his ass? He can barely afford you a McDonald's, but he makes sure you get treated like a queen. They don't know what they want until they put in that environment, and that's when they have to adapt to their environment. They become who they need to be to survive in the environment they're in. That's it. It's not the man. It's just, it's always in them. Like you stated, being violent you're gonna be there because sadly to say, back in caveman time, everything was violent. Everybody had to live on the edge. Now these days, we're in a modern society
So they
that
say.
nobody's going. Yeah, we're not going around beating people up because we're mad right now. You don't go to work and your boss says something, you slap the hell out of them. You go to work and like, all right, you got that.
I mean, I almost slapped
So,
somebody.
I'm
so,
on back. Yeah,
so you don't believe in fight or flight. You believe everybody can fight.
I believe it's a situation that has to engage them to want to do it. That's what I believe. It's an environment or a situation to engage them. Not everybody had like some people might like there's such thing as fight or flight. You have people that just would never fight. And that was just them built like that. They was always going to be built like that. I've had feminists like
So
I'm watching them getting their
I
ass
got a
whooped.
question. I got a question for you, Excel.
Yeah,
When you brought up the buying the Louis Vuitton and then getting the ass whoop, why did you bring that to associate with finances? Because
because
a broke man could also whoop your ass by giving you church's
of
chicken, a
course I
silver
don't
plate.
deny none of that. No, I don't listen. The reason I said finances is this. People believe money is the root of all evil. Well, it is and it isn't. It's when you have enough money that you can do a lot, and people don't say much because they strive to get that so they can live the life they feel like they need to live. They're willing to accept anything. So a lot of people
Mm.
that have that
So,
lucrative amount of
so
money can do what they want.
Real quick.
So the reason why I asked that is because I found that a lot of people that have this negative idea with money, it also hinders them from getting the amount of money that they need to get for themselves as well. They tend to we tend to, as human beings, when we associate money with negativity, we run away from earning our best potential. So I was just interested on why you chose that, the wealthy man is the most violent man, whereas typically the poor man or the broke man, he is actually the most violent man, at least here in America. Now, do we have some goddamn people that figured out a way to earn some money and be violent? Yes, but he probably got it through a nefarious act or nefarious ways a good amount of the times, probably like maybe 70% of the time. That's how they got it. And so they just continue to be violent. So, I just wanted to make sure that my people don't have a negative thought pattern when it comes to money, to give the wealthy person that's buying his wife all these extravagant things that, yeah, he's whooping her ass. So, I just wanted to have that.
Yeah. That is not even the situation of how I see things. It's just when a person gets within power, like I believe power can truly corrupt people. Like you get to a point that you just never had it before. If I get a rich man that's never been broke and I make him broke, how will he react? Does he know how to act? Does he know how to get food stamps? Does he know what's, what I'm saying? In his mindset, he never thought this would be a situation. It's not something, you know what I'm saying? It's just not. I've been in a situation where I didn't believe that, man, I'll look at somebody get in trouble or do something. I'm like, man, I'll never be in that situation. I don't know what I'll do. And then it happens and I'm like, dang, okay, what do I do?
Exhale, do you acknowledge that when you say a rich man who never been broke, you talking about less than 1% of the people? Like most people.
Yes, I'm talking about, listen, don't get me wrong. Yes, that is less than a 1% people.
Hold on one second. Let me answer something in the chat. So Chicago Gorilla, Dean, right? This is a good example of what Excel is kind of having a conversation about, right? Because Dean is somebody that he seems like he's probably very wealthy, but he's treating women wrong. He was in a position, he was on a yacht with a young lady. He gave her a test, a loyalty test, and he told her not to talk to any man on the goddamn yacht. She started talking to AB, so he grabbed her by the arm, kicked her out the yacht, then snatched her phone and threw her phone into the ocean. And then she called the police, and they said that is strong arm robbery. But I believe he got bailed out today. Earlier today, so that's what Dean got arrested for. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of go towards what Excel was talking about in a sense of a wealthy man, putting his hands on you, grabbing you, and grabbing your phone.
And understand what I said. I said wealth. I didn't say rich. Wealth and rich are two different. They're two different words. Okay,
That's why we think you misused it.
Okay, I see what you mean.
It's rare that a wealthy man gonna put his hands. Now, a rich man might.
A rich man, yeah. So that was on my part. But yeah, the rich man might for sure. But yeah, it's just people that's in power more or less. They don't know how to deal with it. They don't know how to actually monetize it properly without losing like letting their emotion
E,
predict what they're going to do next action.
question. Have you ever met somebody in a position of power who you know shouldn't have been in that position?
Mm,
Not
I don't
really.
think so.
Yeah,
Okay.
I
most of
have.
the people, I like. It's a theory that most people who in power don't supposed to be in power. Like, not Matt. Most of the people I know who's in power, they work their butt off to get it. Especially if you talking about black people. Like they was in the position not because of it was some favoritism. It's because like even like in the army, the guys who made major like the people who made like those top ranks, they put work in to get that. Nobody gave that to them.
No,
Hey,
I get
either man,
that.
that's
But
why I was kind of surprised when they were saying that a 4-star general might not have earned that ranking. I thought that was crazy.
yeah, that was crazy work. But no, so either what I'm saying is the Peter principle. There's a way to be promoted to incompetence because they're just trying to keep you promoting into a position where you can't do what you're doing. And there are
No.
people who hold up.
I think it's not
No,
real because that position is going to expose you. You might be there for
Yeah.
a certain period of time, but when that position exposes you, they gonna have to get rid of you because at that position, the whole world or the whole company, whatever's that top is the eyes are on you.
right.
Yeah.
And what I'm
That's a
saying,
lie.
that doesn't excuse. And even when I can, right, hold on, I actually agree with them to an extent. But that means he's never met incompetent bosses, and they exist everywhere. So,
No.
but what I'm,
So
all I'm
can I
saying,
jump in right there, Shadow?
yeah,
I think a
yeah,
lot of times what happened is that when you at the bottom, you always looking up that like that person is not where they supposed to be until you start getting in that position yourself, and then you realize that all the people that you are running, they saying the very same thing about you, not knowing how hard you actually work to get to that supervisor position, that those promotions that you got. They tend to say the same exact things. The people up top, they don't work as hard as us. So I think sometimes it's just a lack of understanding what the so-called superior is doing
on
at
the
the job.
managerial height. No, so Sean, I get that, but that's not what I'm saying.
Mm.
Like, I I have personal experience in a few scenarios where I've met people who were promoted through not without merits. So what ends up happening is they're put in a position that they're not qualified for, and then have people under them who can make up for that lack of qualification. Those people under them who should be in that position who are not. And this is me from both employee and a managerial standpoint. Seeing both sides of it, I understand that there are people who get put in places where they shouldn't be.
Hold on, so
Like, I know the
I want to have a
principles.
conversation, Shadow. So what
Yeah,
makes
Okay.
because
you?
that's interesting.
So I'm trying to understand what you're saying. What makes you believe that they're not qualified for that position?
Right.
Well,
To lead the other people to make their job better.
so are you asking for like the specific
No,
scenario
no,
or is
no,
that
no. For
so?
example, let me give you an example.
Let me explain what I heard, and we're gonna see if either man heard the same thing. I'm in
Okay.
position that I'm not qualified, but everybody under me is giving me the ability to look and appear qualified, is what you said.
Yes, ish.
Okay.
So
All right. All right. So okay. So either man, is that what you heard as well?
Yeah, yeah, but that doesn't
And
work
so
because
now I think either man question is, what makes you believe that I'm not qualified to lead those people?
There are a
If
lot
I
of
that's
think
what
rich
I'm
this.
people
actually doing.
that just hire people and they're not even qualified. They just take up the job because they bought the industry. They bought the building and they bought the people. There's a lot of people out there like that.
hold on,
All
let me
right.
give you an example so y'all can understand what I'm saying, right?
Okay.
The point that I am making is some people would look at a general say they're running electricity on a site. And people will look at the general contractor and say, he's not qualified to be an electrician. But what they don't realize, they don't understand construction. He's qualified to run the site, not to do the electrician. That's why they hired electricians. So sometimes we
Right.
like, just because, hold on, I'm just helping y'all understand this. Just because they can't do the lower level jobs doesn't mean they're not qualified for the position that they're
For the
in.
leadership.
But I
Okay.
understood where you were coming from, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about supervisory positions where people,
Right.
no names needed, but Excel's with me. We have people that were hired and put in positioning where we weren't that should not be there because they don't understand the basic needs of that job.
Okay.
Did they get fired? Did they get fired?
Okay.
You said yes, they got fired?
No. Okay. What he's basically saying is this. So you
No, doctor. Be careful with the information you put out.
I know. No, what I'm saying is this. He's potentially saying, he's not saying they can't do their job. They don't respect or care for those that's under them. So when I look
Yeah,
at
but that's different. That's a whole different conversation.
No, what I'm
Not
but
being
we saying like, can
qualified.
they
Hold
do
on,
their job?
hello. Not being qualified and not respecting your workers are two different conversations.
Okay,
Do you
yeah,
agree
but
with
this is what
that
I'm saying.
first?
I agree with you. I do agree with you on that one. What I'm more or less saying is this. Okay, being qualified, you should also understand how your workers work. Don't overtax a worker who you know is giving you their all, and then let another worker not just slide by and they think that's okay. That's not managing your worker or managing your
Yes,
workload.
it
You're
is.
not. You
But you
overtax.
speaking from the worker. I promise you, you speak. Hello, I supervise people, and some people say, "Why is this person doing more than this one?" It's because
Right.
people don't understand the capacity of people. I still need that other person. You can't do all the job by yourself because I would have fired that person. So even though you're doing 70% of the job and they're doing 30% of the job, I still need that 30% of the job done.
And also, and this is why I prefaced it that most of the time when people have this position is usually when they come from the subordinate position, they believe that the people above them don't know what they're doing. But it's just that they have a different skill set. The skill set that you as the subordinate understands is not the same skill set that the superior needs at the moment to get the job done.
At a managerial level.
I think that's where the confusion happens, and that's why us that is doing the work physically think that the person that is delegating the work don't know what they're doing because they've never physically done it. But it's plenty of people that, for example, they would start a construction company and never did construction a day in their life. But they know what the logistics is, they know what the shipments, they know this, that, they know what needs to be done. Them knowing how to do it is irrelevant as long as they know what the timeline is what I'm trying to convey.
So I'm speaking from somebody who both understands the managerial role and the worker's role, right? Like, I'm not just speaking from one perspective of it. I'm saying that particularly the person that I'm speaking on at this moment does not qualify for the position that they're in because they don't understand. Hold on. I was about to.
All I want to know is how they don't qualify. I've been asked this question for 30 minutes. Tell me, is that you don't got to dock somebody?
30 minutes.
What exactly do they not qualify for? Like, hey, it's required for this position to have a bachelor's degree. They got a high school degree. This is why I believe that they don't qualify. I'm trying to understand how are you getting these qualifications?
Okay, so let's talk about, again, in order to give you the specifics of what I'm saying, I'd have to give you specifics of a thing that I can't give you specifics on. But what I'm saying is in the positioning that I'm talking about right now, there's a requirement to be able to do a certain task, right? And in order to do that certain task, you're supposed to be either A, qualified in it, or certified in it, or B, getting that certification, right?
And so how do you know? I got you, Josh. How do you know they don't have that qualification?
Because I know what it takes. I know what a COT looks like, and I know that's not there. Hold on, wait. See, hey, you're asking me a question and then stopping me mid-answer to say, well, no, you can't be right. But I'm telling you, I know what the certification is and why that certification is necessary. And because that certification is not there and they're not doing what would be equatable to that certification, it's why that job isn't being done. It's why it's not being done properly.
So what do they supervisors say? What do they supervisors say?
Their supervisor is related, which
But
is
what do
why
they say though?
that's
If
why
they
we
say
have
that the
people.
job is
That's why we have people under them to handle it.
okay, so hold on, that's
But
what I'm saying.
again,
That means it's not a
that's a,
requirement at they
hold on,
level
Okay.
to do it.
Okay, the requirement of the job that most management have to do, if you look up any management, because like I said, I'll speak for one point. I have never actually done the management, is managing time or managing tasks. Those are most requirements for almost any job. That's a requirement, period. This
All right,
person
perfect.
can't do
Stop right
none of
there. Hold on. That's on the y'all saying that the stuff that's going on at y'all job is not it's not happening in a timely manner for the effectiveness of the business.
no, not screw timely manner. It's not happening at all. It takes us to come back and like, hey, what's going on? Why this haven't happened? They're like, what you mean? Ain't that
other
going on?
supervisors and other workers are having to compensate for
So
that job.
basically, you know what I'm
But
saying?
that's
I'm
your
doing.
job. Hold on. So your
No,
job
it's not.
as a worker, hold on. I want to be clear.
It's not.
Your job, hold on, I'm about to explain this to y'all. Your job as a worker is to make your supervisor look good. That's your job.
That's number one. That's number one.
Right.
That's
So,
understandable, but
so you
if you
telling
okay,
me I gotta come back and make you look good? That's why I hired you. I didn't
hold
hire
on,
you to
hold
make
on,
me look bad.
hold on. Okay, so
Okay, so
for your
let me try
workers,
to oh no, let me try to translate it into different. We everybody here watch sports. So, for example, you got Kobe and you got Derek Fisher on your team. Kobe
No, yeah, I'm
scored.
getting gas.
huh?
I'm getting gas.
Oh, okay.
Kobe scored 40 points, and he's doing all of the extra things that needs to be done. He's getting rebounds, he's playing defense, and he's shooting threes. Who are you going to call on when you need more work done? Are you going to say, let me call Derek Fisher since he hasn't been shooting threes and playing defense and getting rebounds? Are you going to call Kobe so you could keep getting rebounds,
Switch to your phone
three-pointers,
up right now. I
and
gotta tap
defense?
mine. Hey, he's switching
I'm
phones.
calling. All right, cool. I'm calling Kobe. I'm calling Kobe, even though Derek Fisher is on the team. And this is the thing that I be hearing people say that don't understand
Yeah,
supervising people is I'm saying, hey, I get that everybody's not going to have the same equal load, just like sports. Everybody's not going to score 20 points evenly.
right.
Everybody ain't like this idea of this, everybody going to pull this same level of load. It's not a reality if you're a
It's not.
supervisor.
Yeah,
If
I
Okay,
don't
you
remember saying that though. I would
but
see the
No,
reason
but
why I was being
the
super
reason why
specific about what I was saying.
so the reason why we correlating that Shadow is that so y'all being able to recognize that you need to get some rebounds. That is not your supervisor to be like, yes, good job. You seen that we needed rebounds and you decided to go get those rebounds. He shouldn't be like, hey, why are you not getting rebounds?
Hey, Sean, hold on. There's music playing in the background. 1 second.
no, that's what I'm saying. We not like I said, but you said you use it as a sports analogy. Okay, yeah, Kobe, you gonna call him because you know he gonna make the shot. All right, cool. Is Kobe getting paid to make sure he get that shot in? Yeah. Kobe's not getting paid like the other guy. We're saying that you got an even base pay rate. All right, cool. And then you asking another person to do more. What the? Damn it. He dry turned that.
No,
I'm like,
that's all I'm saying is that even
I'm glad that you
that's
brought.
not how.
Hold on,
Go ahead.
I'm glad that you brought up the money, right? And so here's the thing: at one point, Rick Fox was making more money than Kobe, even though Kobe was the next future star of the team, and he was putting in more work. The ball was in his hands way more than Rick Fox.
all right.
So therefore, like what the working mentality got to understand, the money part don't actually matters at the moment. What matters is your work ethic and what you are able to bring to the team, because the money's going to come. If you are that good and then you turn to a supervisor and you move up the ranks, the money is going to be there. The money is not something that you got to actually worry about, because your work ethic will push you there. And then if you get to a point where you understand that your work ethic is deserving of a certain dollar, that's when you can leave and go to the next one. You just go start fishing, right? So the money part never should be an argument for a worker to say to a supervisor, hey, you got Simon over there, he do only 30%, I'm doing 70%, I should make more than him. That's not how it should actually go.
And that's
You
how
should say, hey, listen, I'm doing 70% of the work, I'm doing XYZ, I'm picking up the slack from this, that, and when, you know what I'm saying, I'm doing all the extra things, and you should only talk about the things that you do. When you start focusing on the things that other people are not doing, that's going to hinder your performance in the professional world.
And listen, I liked it to be when I had a job. I liked it to be the guy who was doing the 70%, because you know what I learned through the military, through every job I had. The guy that's doing 70%, who asked for the promotion, get the promotion
Every time.
he get the raise. Like when he go ask for something, since he's dependable, they say, yeah, we can afford to lose that 30% guy. We can't afford to lose the 70% guy. You typically have the company that got to be able to come to your demands, or you're gonna leave, and they usually can't afford it. So people just don't understand leverage.
Wait,
Oh
E.
no,
Yeah,
I
and,
get.
and
Like I said,
also,
I
and
get what you're
Wait,
also
hold
with,
saying.
up.
with the
Whoa,
things,
whoa.
I get
Hey,
that.
and also the things
right, hold
that
up.
y'all recognizing, you got to understand, you got to use your skill set as a negotiating tool to get in better positions so you can get more leadership. If you feel like your current leadership is dropping the ball, you should not pinpoint what your supervisor is doing wrong. You should just go and find out, hey, you go talk to somebody that is high and say, hey, how do I get my in a position where I can start learning how to be a supervisor as well? I think I can excel in it, instead of trying to throw your current supervisor under the bus.
Wait, Sharon,
Okay, and
see,
like I said,
hold
I
up. Whoa, whoa,
respect that.
whoa.
You actually
Hey,
said some.
Ray,
Like I said, you spit some jewels on that, and I respect that for sure.
hold up. So hold up, because I want to be specific, because I realize something's happening that I'm realizing is happening. So it's not understood what I'm saying. Okay. So I'm gonna be super specific. In this specific scenario, because that person isn't able to do their job, every other person who's doing that same job or the job under them is having to do that job for them in order to finish doing what they're supposed to be doing anyway.
No,
I'm
no,
not just
Josh, hold
saying,
on.
God damn it. You know
I
what?
just
You
want you.
like, I'm
No,
trying
Josh.
not
No,
to
hold
spaz
on.
the fuck out, but
I
every time I
know.
get through this sentence, you stop me. Stop doing
Because
that.
Don't
I want to
try.
have a
Just
back
don't
and
try
forth,
now, God
Josh.
damn it.
That's all I'm asking,
Like,
Josh. Can we have a back and
like
forth,
you've done
Josh?
that
Yeah.
shit 6 times now, E.
So, Josh, I'm just saying, if I was in your position, I would go to this supervisor and I
Oh
say,
God.
hey, I see it's too much on your plate. Can I take this off your plate? Can I do whatever task y'all saying it is? Hey, let me aid that and I take care of that daily. It's going to take me an extra 30 minutes, 15 minutes a day, but I understand that that's what they need help with. I'm going to do it. And this is the difference between having the team mindset and the individual mindset in a job world.
See, I feel like you just wanted to say that without actually understanding the fact that that is already what's going on. Yeah. Like,
No,
like
no,
I
we
get his
actually,
talking point,
no, hold
but we're
on,
not even having the same conversation anymore.
Shadow, no, Shadow. The thing is that we actually understand exactly where y'all coming from, and we understand how it looks being in a look. People always think that, oh, like when I'm on a job site, they're like, oh, you big money anyway, so it don't matter what you da da da. They always try to use me as being the owner of the company as some kind of crutch. And what they don't understand, and then they say, oh, I don't get paid to do that, right? This is something that a lot of employees say. I don't get paid to do that. And I always have to remind you, get paid to do everything. There's nothing that I'm asking you for that you're not getting paid to do.
And
You get paid to do everything. You get paid to do my job and your job. And so the quicker you learn that, the quicker you can make more money doing what you do. When you try to make it as a, like what E said, an individuality situation, that I'm only going to do this and that's that, and therefore you're not really actually working for my company, you're working for yourself. So go ahead and pay yourself.
See, and you know the worst part about it? I actually understand where both y'all are coming from, but because we're not having the same conversation, like I understand exactly what being part of a team is the reason why we do the job anyway, because we're doing the teamwork. The problem is when we're all supposed to be moving as a body and one of the legs has a bullet hole in it, it's kind of hard to work as a team when a fifth of the body's functioning isn't functioning, right?
But we just pick up
I'm glad
the
you brought that
slack.
up. I'm
Right.
glad that you
But
brought that up. So Shadow. So the
do
thing
you
is that,
remember the point of the conversation I started with?
Shadow. So I'm glad that you brought. I want to talk to the injury analogy. The issue is that, yes, this is why Edelman said you're going to have to add in an extra 30 minutes. So, yes, things are going to be more difficult for whoever's picking up that slack. Yes, you're going to have to walk with a limp. So instead of it taking you 10 minutes to get to walking distance, what it used to be, now that you're injured, it's going to take you 15 to 20 minutes to get there. It's still working together. It's just that now you're injured. Something happens when the body gets injured. The other part of the body, we got to have to limp. We're going to have to compensate. We're going to have to get some crutches. We're going to have to figure out, but we still have to figure that out as a team. And we cannot get upset because life got a little bit more difficult or even a lot more difficult. That's not the conversation about how difficult it got.
And we know this in the military because somebody gets shot. We're like, well, you can't walk. That's on you. We're going to just leave you out there. No, we about to carry you. Like, it's our responsibility to pick up your slack now because you cannot carry yourself. And and this is what I tell people from the civilian side. Most people just can't say, hey, and the 30 minutes that extra is going to take you, I almost guarantee you that's some time that they're getting paid from the company to do it. They're not doing this on their personal time. They're doing this on time that the company's already paying y'all.
And also, and before you go, Shadow, I got one more thing before you go, Shadow. I apologize. I got one more thing to say. So a thing that used to happen when I was working for somebody, I'm also always, because I'm always been a hard worker. I work harder than most people. So they used to always come to me, hey, Sharon, can you do me a favor? And I will always tell the owner, I don't do you no favors, bro. I only do things that I'm getting paid for you. We're going to cut that talk quick. Ain't no favors. If you ask me to come and wash your goddamn car, best believe I'm expecting my pay. Even if I'm washing your goddamn car. What you pay me, whether I'm washing the car, sweeping the floor, doing the construction work, tying a shoelace, I expect to get my pay. Ain't no damn favors. Whatever you asking me to do.
You know what I was really good at, Sharon? If me and you was cross workers, like we the same level, I was good at delegating you something. Hey, check this out. Like, I don't know why we don't talk about this stuff. Hey, I'm doing this, by the way. Go pick up that trash right there, too. And I wish you would tell me I ain't your boss. Listen, I wish you'd say some crap like that to me. Hey, by the way, we need to get out of here. We trying to get out of here. You go, and this is when managers and supervisors start looking at people being able to take authority over sites and take like people, like when you start understanding these things, they said, oh, that guy, he's taking authority, he ain't got the power, maybe I should look at promoting him next. Like it'd be already there.
We all know more responsibility, you get more money. That's how it goes. It ain't more work. It's the more responsibility, the more money. That's how it goes. Once you realize that the more responsibility you got, the more money you got, and then you'll always be smiling. You see that smile that Shadow got? You'll always be doing that once you realize that. Yeah. Go ahead, Shadow, uninterrupted.
What are y'all talking about?
We talking about Shadow ass complaining about his supervisor. He like, man, my supervisor don't do as much work as me. I don't know why he the supervisor. I'm not.
See, first and foremost, I didn't say that. See.
Wow.
See, we were having this whole heartfelt conversation, and Sharon kicked me in a hole. In Spartans.
But
no,
please let him go uninterrupted. Please, if you ever did me a favor, PhD, but just give him 2 minutes.
Shadow, I would never do anything in your hole, okay? I would never do anything in your hole, all right? So,
no, pause. Look, here's all I'm saying. Man, I'm gonna keep it as simple as possible. It's one thing that if you're just trying to catch it, if you're making up slack because somebody's falling behind, right? It's another thing when the Peter principle is in effect and somebody's in a position that they shouldn't have been in. Because they shouldn't have been in there, it's creating a hindrance for everybody else. That becomes an inherent problem in a managerial standpoint. Because somebody who's supposed to be able to, hey, I can't do this, or I need to make sure y'all do this, that's one thing. But if you're not able to do that and other people are having to do that for you, other people are then doing your job. You're not even doing the job you're supposed to be doing. I don't care about the workload. I care about the fact that when you get promoted to incompetence and you can't do your job, it's an actual problem, not just for you, but people at a lower level, but people at your same level, because they're now having to make up for you. That's it.
Yeah,
Wait,
but
so how were
that's
you determining that the person is unqualified? Like if they got the promotion, I'm assuming there was some type of process and they were the person that came out on top. And so how were you determining that they're
Not,
unqualified for the job?
Hold on,
not in
let
that,
me answer.
not
The
in,
way
not in that
how
particular situation.
how that happened, Diva, is the other person is white and he's the cousin of the boss of the boss.
Okay.
Yeah, close enough.
I told you. And I guess and that's just context clues. I got that, Diva. And that's why. They always
Diva.
feel that way. You
So
know what I'm
in
saying?
that positioning, it requires a COT, like a mid-level logistics, because you're handling logistics of the entire city stuff, right? But without that certification, you can be in the process of getting that CLT. That process only takes about 6 months. It's been 4 years without that certification ever being produced. But because of that positioning and the relation to the person there, they're able to do what do they call it? ERP, exceptional policies. Yeah, there's exceptions that allows it to continue to stretch it. That's but
I'm
because
okay with that. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it because it sounds like if you look at the job, it's still getting done. And as the owner, I know you looking at it from the worker. As the owner of the company, I don't care who damn do it. I'm paying all y'all. Figure it out. Shit.
And shout out to since Diva's
shout
on
out can't work for you.
vacation.
Shout out to being
Since Diva's on vacation, MC Heavy Tits, good to see you, beautiful. Hey, to panel chat. It's been a while since I watched a live show. I hope that you're enjoying yourself, and I hope I made you smile and laugh today. Goddamn it! I'll be working hard to put a smile on people's faces. But you know,
Hey, we got a meeting to go
that,
to.
All right.
that thing that you're saying, Josh. That's why a lot of people feel like they need to talk over me. They don't feel like I earned my position, just like what you're saying about homeboys for the
Stop it.
past. You know.
Stop it. You know that.
That's why I'm telling you, man.
But yeah,
All right.
that's all I'm saying is people get so caught up that everybody doing their workload. Just make sure it get done.
Yeah, that's the main thing. Make sure
Yeah.
your goddamn work. You go to your damn meeting. Yes, you go to your damn meeting. Make sure your work don't get done. How did we know exactly what they was going to talk about, Edie, man?
Yeah. But then
Because I
it's
know
always that way.
I was
It's
once there when I was like, man, that person above me don't know shit.
until you got to that position.
And then I was like, oh shit, they all telling that I don't know shit. Like, ain't that a
Yeah.
bitch?
Yeah, I had one supervisor. I was like, man, he always going to sleep at work. Like, man, he ain't never doing his job. Man, I realized that every night he was getting up when I got promoted to his position. He was at the
Mhm.
jailhouse bailing people out of jail every night. I said, I see why he ain't never sleep.
I don't wonder why he taking a damn nap.
He taking a nap because his job is not from 9 to 5. He got a 24-hour job, and he ain't really
He
getting
got
no
a 34
24-hour
job.
pay. Yeah, so
Absolutely. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing that people don't really until you do it, you don't really understand though. Like, and that's another thing, right? That's that whole theory versus you doing talk, right? A lot of people got a theory that the supervisor ain't doing that, but they not understand the majority of the time supervisors don't work 9 to 5. They
they get
getting there around
salary.
the clock.
Yeah.
And and a lot of times if you are in a position of supervisor, you start having these hard lines of, hey, you can't call me after a certain time. Your time might get cut short, regardless if it's, you know, on paper, you're supposed to be able to say that. You can
Yeah.
go ahead and say it.
Now,
You know what I'm saying?
but I think that's the point is that it's easy looking up saying they don't really know until you get up there. And that's a fact.
Mm-hmm.
But this was a good show, man. I don't think nobody got cussed out for 4 hours. It's been a long time since I've been out here and nobody ain't yelled for 4.5 hours.
Almost.
So
Shadow almost lost it.
he almost, but the Lord, he willed him in. He said, don't ruin it, Shadow. He got one job, make this the greatest show of 2026.
Prove
I
it
ain't gonna lie,
all.
when I
Prove it
seen
all.
Diva, I said, oh
Hey,
no, man.
yo, either man, this show proved all the haters wrong.
Yes, I did.
Every
I like
last
the show.
one.
What happened?
This,
What the
we
haters
gotta
We
do?
end
had
the
a
show.
whole
Just end the
man
show. Diva gonna mess
conversation.
it up. Time to end the show. How much to end the show?
Oh God.
I was just playing. I love Diva. Now we
These
just
out there
talking
getting her
about.
tan on.
I don't think Diva gonna have kids, but I don't think. What side do you think? She think you should whoop the kids? You think she think you shouldn't whoop the kids?
I think Diva is on the
Beat
strong
'em.
side of not whooping.
Beat 'em.
She's on the strong side of not whooping kids, but she is willing to give a hard-headed kid an ass whooping like Too Strong. Like Too Strong, if she was raising Too Strong, she'll probably give Too Strong a beating since he's so hard-headed.
It's always a reason.
It's all... I'll be having a good time. I don't know why they be mad at me. But later on tonight, I'm going to be on the Lapeef show, so I'm going to go ahead and take a nap. I'm going to wash my ass and take a nap. For y'all,
like he going to the club. Somebody he gonna take a bath and take a nap. Like he about to go to the club. He gonna put some cologne on too.
Because for y'all, it's the same day, but for me, it's 2 different days. So you know what I mean?
Oh, I got you. Yeah, that makes sense.
You know what I'm saying? For me, like, yeah. So I'm gonna go take a nap. I'll be back up in we live streaming later. I'll be on Lapeef Network. I'm not sure what the topic is yet, but I'll be over there and I'm gonna cook somebody. I don't know who, because I don't know who's gonna be on the stream. But I'll be over there and hopefully y'all could join me over there.
Hey, PhD, can I get along? Listen, I'm not too big. Like, you know, some of these dudes in this space won't yield to the P. Can I get along? I can pay back about 15%. I just need about 120 days to pay it back. And we could do a balloon payment. I can pay it all back to you at one time.
So damn silly.
Even you got any final thoughts?
Bye, y'all.
Nothing wrong with being. Let me